Can everyone hear me okay? All right, I've got 11 o'clock. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Attendance at the beginning of the meeting is, I don't see Councillor Hughes, so we have 6 members of council here, so we have quorum. I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Mackay, thank you. Can you read it out?
Yeah, I bet you guys missed me at the last meeting.
We did.
That the August 4th, 2020 special council meeting agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. So presentations, delegations, and announcements. I have 4 listed, but I did hear that Jefferson Lavender has withdrawn his request to speak. So who is my ledge officer here today? Tamara is. Everyone else on the line, Jennifer, Brandy, and Victor?
Yes, they are.
All right, do you want to let them all in now?
You bet.
Okay, thank you. And can the record show that Councillor Hughes has joined us at 11:01? Just waiting for everyone to connect. I see Jennifer is connected. Victor's still, he's connected, and Brandy. There's Brandy. Okay. So I'm going to go in order that everyone was registered. Thank you for joining us today for our special council meeting. We will be allowing 5 minutes per presenter, as I think some of you already know. So I will start with Jennifer. Go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Thank you again for letting me speak today. I would kindly ask the council reflect upon last Monday's special meeting, during which council agreed the science around mask effectiveness does not strongly support mandates. This bylaw is very symbolic. In Mr. LaFleur's opinion, legal challenges are not out of the realm of possibility. But I want to move on to discuss some concerns with the bylaw as it exists. First off, to suggest the safety, health, and welfare of the people and the protection of people and property is the basis of this bylaw is fundamentally flawed. As I just mentioned, council has stated this bylaw is symbolic in nature. In section 4A, an age exemption of 2 years is specified. From whom did council receive the data to support the specific age? Can you share this information with the public? Section 4C speaks to exemptions based on mental or physical conditions, disabilities, or limitations. How will bylaw officers confirm if an exemption is valid? Is this determination discretionary? This section also references the Alberta Human Rights Act. What instruction will be given to civic facility operators, bylaw enforcement operators, and private businesses to ensure the Human Rights Act is not violated? Section 4D speaks to mask use in restaurants. Can council present the scientific study or data that supports that masks should only be worn when people are not seated? In section 4G, why is participating in dance, theater, and music performance the only activity listed in this bylaw where social distancing is an acceptable alternative to masks? Given the exemptions included in Section 4, what corrective or disciplinary mechanisms will council have in place to ensure those with valid exemptions are not bullied, ostracized, or discriminated against by other individuals and groups, civic facility and transit staff, and business owners? Section 6 states that if an offense is continuing in nature, the offender can be issued a violation ticket for each day or part of day. Does this rule apply when an individual is issued a violation ticket under Section 10B that simply specifies a court date? Do you understand the serious problem with continuing to issue violation tickets when the first offense has not even been heard by the court to determine if it's legally valid? Section 7B mentions that courts may determine if a fine of $10,000 or a prison term of not more than 1 year is warranted. Because of the assumptions on which this bylaw rests are not thoroughly rested in data, and council is on record stating the bylaw is symbolic, is it reasonable to include such severe penalties for a symbolic bylaw? Mayor Herron, you stated in your coffee with Kathy last night that bylaw officers would not be handing out hefty fines or jail time. Your choice of words are interesting because this bylaw clearly puts those who are in contravention of it in a situation where a court can hand out either. Sections 8, 10, and 11 speak to the types of violations that can be issued. Is the type of violation issued determined at the discretion of the bylaw officer? If so, this is hardly acceptable given the very different potential outcomes of a municipal tag versus a violation ticket. One specifies a $100 ticket, the other is $10,000 and potential jail time. In the very least, this bylaw must provide clear direction to bylaw enforcement. Leaving this to the discretion of bylaw enforcement officers is dangerous and irresponsible. In closing, I wish to assure council that in the absence of significant amendment to this bylaw, removing all references to mandates or must in relation to face coverings, I will be exploring legal action challenging the reasonableness of this bylaw. Based on initial legal advice that I have received, I don't suspect it would pass judicial scrutiny in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is there any questions for Jennifer? I'm seeing none, so we're going to go on to Brandy. Thank you for joining us, Brandy. Brandy?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Excellent, thank you. I want to start by thanking you for giving me the opportunity to speak today regarding face covering bylaw 32/2020. As was acknowledged in your most recent council meeting, the masking bylaw is symbolic and not fully supported in science. Would you say that it is to benefit the good of society? You, as our elected officials, are responsible to represent the best interests of our society in this crucial moment in history, and your name will carry a legacy of your actions during this pandemic. I would like to read you an important quote from the Nuremberg Code that was created and internationally agreed upon after World War II. It says, "The protagonists of the practice of human experimentation justify their views on the basis that such experiments yield results for the good of society that are unprocurable by other methods or means of study." Are you absolutely confident that this is for the good of society? That this experiment in mandatory masking in healthy individuals is informed by science? You have acknowledged that this is not the case. The science is not solid. So let's quote the Nuremberg Code again. "The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Alberta Health has highly recommended mask use in all public spaces. So could you say that those who are not currently wearing a mask are sharing a symbolic message that they are not comfortable with this request, that they are not consenting to this medical intervention, that they're most likely to not continue to elect those representatives who force them to cover their faces without consent? Take a moment to think about each individual in the local stores that you have seen without a mask. Each one of those is likely to be a vote lost to each of you who vote in favor of this bylaw. With this in mind, I would like to strongly request that this masking bylaw be mandated only in places where physical distancing is not possible. Requesting a plan for businesses on their ability to physical distance and provide barriers or to implement masking would be a reasonable solution. Then the unique needs and interests of the individual businesses can be addressed in this bylaw. Let's look at another piece of the Nuremberg Code agreement to which we are bound. The experiment should be conducted as to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. We have seen the disparity in communities where mandatory masking has been implemented. Physical and mental suffering and injury is rampant. To date, the decisions made by St. Albert City Council have unified our beautiful community to make sure that we have strong bonds with our neighbors, to take care of each other through thick and thin. Now you're preparing a bylaw of division, but between whom? Between those who can mask and cannot mask, between neighbors, family, and friends, between you and your community. Without this mandate, the residents of St. Albert will remain united in our commitment to supporting each other throughout this pandemic. We have done an excellent job so far with only 6 cases per 66,000 population by the most recent count. This should be celebrated, not punished. With this in mind, I'm making a strong request that within the bylaw, it clearly states that anyone who could experience physical or mental suffering due to wearing a face covering shall be exempt. Let me read you one more statement from the Nuremberg Code. The experiment should be conducted only by scientifically qualified persons. The highest degree of skill and care should be required through all stages of the experiment of those who conduct or engage in the experiment. I've looked through your various biographies and I have not found a scientifically qualified person on City Council to conduct this experimental bylaw on the residents of our community. I would think that our provincial health authority, who each of you has deferred to in your correspondence with me, would be making this decision. I would like to quote Dina Hinshaw when recently asked why the province is not mandating masks. She stated, "Before we make any public health measure mandatory, we would need to carefully consider the pros and cons of that and any unintended consequences." As a doctor and our chief medical officer for health, she has not been able to adequately discern that the pros outweigh the cons of mandatory masking. But maybe you, as municipal politicians, understand something about public health that she does not. With this in mind, I would like to request 2 additional amendments to the bylaw. The first is to be in alignment with the City of Calgary and change the definition of public premises to include an exclusion for any premises for which there is an enrollment or membership requirement in order to access it. These facilities can adequately provide contact tracing records and therefore should be exempt if they can facilitate physical distancing or barriers between patrons. I would also like to request an amendment that the minimum age be raised to 10. In alignment with the Education Minister's recent announcement of masking in public schools. I'm asking you, human to human, to please carefully consider your decisions at this time and the moral and ethical implications of your vote today. The Canadian Constitutional Foundation has stated that imposing the use of mandatory face coverings in commercial establishment breaches Section 7, 15, and 8 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So if this is truly for the greater good of society, it should never be in breach of 2 of our most fundamental documents, both the Canadian Charter and the Nuremberg Code. Please create a legacy of responsible decision-making in our community and vote against face covering bylaw 32/2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Any questions for Brandy? All right, and now we are moving on to Victor Jensen. Victor, thank you for joining us. Victor, you'll have to unmute yourself.
There we go.
There
Sorry,
we go. No problem. Thank you for joining us.
I've never done one of these before.
Okay, well, you're doing great. So you have 5 minutes. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. The COVID-19 virus has placed all of us under considerable fear, as it appears the more we search for answers or seek guidance from senior health officials, the more conflicted we become. Scientists, doctors, and government officials alike share studies and policies only to be disproven, challenged, and changed almost daily. In most cases, this has added to the fear of the virus versus dispelling fear and providing a clear path forward. When we consider the benefits and liabilities of masking, it appears clear that a decision to mask the people is not science-based, but clearly just a way to psychologically appease those in fear. If we wear cloth masks or hospital masks could actually control the virus, virologists would not be wearing full hazmat containment suits in the triage centers, nor would painters or drywallers be wearing N95 ventilators. With no science-based evidence of masking actually working to control the spread of the virus, and that the public masking is an experiment only to determine its effectiveness, I request you provide exclusions for those who may suffer from psychological emotional, or physical disabilities as provided for in other cities, and that the age of compliance be set no younger than the age of consent, thereby not to impair free will and free thinking in the development years of our youth. Doctors and nurses undergo extensive training on the fitting and handling of masks. Walking among those currently wearing masks, I've observed many people who do not know how to wear and properly seal, and often remove and reuse masks carried in their pockets and purses. Many are totally contaminated, soiled, moist from overuse, and pose a more serious health risk to the wearer than benefit to the public. Improper disposal and reuse of contaminated masks now becomes a concern to every private business owner. Private businesses must not be subject to any penalties surrounding these responsibilities. And although the city has resources through the tax dollars to man facilities and distribute masks and monitor these aspects, placing any onus of responsibility on the private business owners is a direct contravention of our Charter of Rights and infringes on the freedoms that have created our entrepreneurial small business culture, the backbone of Canadian economy. For these reasons, I request Council to remove any language in the bill that would include private sector businesses and limit the bill to city-owned and operated and transit operations. Many Canadian cities, including those with whom you are citing as precedents for your bill, receive guidance and recommendations from various sources, including the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. Founded by Michael Bloomberg, the mayor of New York City, one of the worst hit US cities, well documented for following CDC and WHO guidelines. It is also one of only 5 cities in the US who in the early days of the pandemic allowed people who tested positive and were known to have COVID-19 to be quarantined in nursing homes, which resulted in many seniors' deaths, and now subsequent lawsuits are being filed on these cities. Additionally, in reviewing dozens of conference pages from Bloomberg's ongoing sessions, I found it interesting to note that guest speakers on the narrative of COVID-19 city strategies have included Bill Gates, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, and Bill Clinton. None of these people have any medical training, but clearly have a one-party political affiliation. Additionally, one of the most frequent keynote speakers, Tom Frieden, is a former CDC director, is also a known sex offender, having pled guilty to sexual abuse charges in 2018. Are these the people we want to mimic and take advice from? I believe the city of St. Albert deserves better. In closing, it appears that a cross-section of the St. Albert community so far is 100% opposed to this bill as it's currently written. I trust you will heed the advice of your voting public and not use the bully pulpit as a stage for your own personal ambitions, and appeal to you to weigh your decisions carefully. Germany is rioting at this time, and Sweden has never implemented a mask program. For these reasons, I think we really need to take a serious look at masking in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Jensen? All right, seeing none, thank you all for joining us, Jennifer and Brandy and Victor. Our admin staff will now remove you from this Zoom meeting, and you can join us on the YouTube channel if you want to watch the rest of the meeting live along with everyone else. So thanks again for joining us. Moving on in our agenda. The first thing is a quick item on resumption of in-person council meetings. And so Percy, do you have a presentation on this?
Yes, we do have a presentation for you on this.
Okay, go ahead.
Flags not working there, so you just have to go. Good morning, Mayor Herron and councillors. For this presentation, we'll provide you with some background information to help with the discussion on a resumption of in-person council meetings. We'll share background information which includes risks, controls, what's happening in the region, technological enhancement, and options for meetings. Once we have shared this information, we'll attempt to answer any questions you may have on this topic. As a result of the public health emergency declared by the province, the City of St. Albert Council and Standing Committee meetings previously conducted in person were transitioned to being held through electronic means. The Alberta's provincial relaunch strategy entitled Opening Soon identified elements that will ensure a successful relaunch. Those are enhancing COVID-19 testing capacity, robust and effective contact tracing, support for those who test positive and enable isolation and containment of spread, stronger international border controls and airport screening, public use of masks in specified crowded spaces and or mass transit, and rapid response teams to deal with future outbreaks. Administration developed and initiated a staff reentry plan. Staff who are working remotely have returned to the workplace over the last few weeks. This return has prepared staff to provide in-person front counter services, which reopened today, August 4th, after in-person closures due to COVID. Returning council and committee meetings to council chambers and the Douglas Cardinal boardroom is an adaptive process and will require continued option for attendees to participate in meetings by electronic means. In-person meetings carry risks affecting council, administration, and members of the public. There is risk of transmission whenever people come into contact with one another, share close physical space, and touch common surfaces. Safety procedures can reduce risk, but inadequate knowledge or lack of adherence to those safety procedures can increase the risk of transmission. In shared spaces such as the council chambers, community leaders, administrative leaders could all be impacted by an outbreak simultaneously, impacting the city's ability to maintain continuity and governance. A return to in-person meeting provides an opportunity to connect with the community and aligns with other operational areas that have returned to providing in-person opportunities. Or as in the case of schools, will soon reopen in a near normal state. From a psychosocial perspective, resumption of services can create an expectation that everyone is willing and able to return safely and comfortable to public spaces. For some individuals, the return to public spaces is reassuring. For others, it can cause fear or anxiety. Occupational health and safety standards ensure that hazards must be controlled to ensure safe workplaces. These standards ensure that council and committee proceedings are safe for all attendees, including members of council, administration, and the public. Administration considered the hierarchy of controls for COVID-19 and selected a safeguard or a combination of safeguards to ensure public safety. This hierarchy of controls in order of effectiveness is first, physical distancing and elimination or substitution. And this ensures that spaces allow for activities to be performed 2 meters apart, considering eliminating or postponing work tasks that may create a risk exposure to COVID-19. Some of the questions that apply to physical distancing that can be considered are, can this work be done elsewhere? Can it be postponed? And are there opportunities to change or eliminate the work to reduce contact? Engineering controls, and these are controls like physical barriers or sneeze guards. When deciding upon those engineered controls, it's important to assess whether they're practicable. Administrative controls, and these is considering how work practices can be altered to minimize exposure through policy surrounding items such as physical distancing or enhanced cleaning protocols. And finally, personal protective equipment. This is the last form of protection and should be considered after careful consideration of the previous control measures. PPE, or personal protective equipment, is used in tandem with other more effective safeguards that can further limit risk. PPE can be used in situations where risk is unavoidable. Examples include our first responders as they care for citizens. A COVID-19 readiness inspection of council chambers conducted by Health and Safety considered the hierarchy of controls and aligned with all provincial codes and guidelines. Recommended interventions and modifications were selected to support council administration and public safety should those meetings resume in person. If in person, council and committee meetings resume, continuous monitoring of the situation and practices of other councils will need to occur to ensure we are following best practices and providing the protection that council, administration, and the public expect. COVID-19 compliance and readiness has been diligently reviewed by administration for the chambers and in compliance with those provincial guidelines. And this includes pre-screening of staff and council for related risk related to COVID, pre-screening signage for the public that reminds them to stay out of the facility when they are sick and isolate as required. Physical distancing is accomplished by interventions to assist in maintaining physical distancing. And this includes ensuring that council seats are distanced as much as possible, reducing numbers and ensuring separation or distancing of seats available for administration, reducing gallery seating to distance attendees. Guards in place to protect others in specific situation. And these are administrative controls, providing those physical guards between council member seats, physical guard installed at the public podium to protect staff and council below. Enhanced hygiene and cleaning. So hand sanitizer units have been installed at entrances, full janitorial services before and after meetings, and cleaning products at the podiums for wiping down the area. Face coverings also required in the public area of gallery and required in non-public areas when distancing can't be assured. Signage is also there, which informs the public of the safety controls in place, which include physical distancing, wearing a mask, and a reminder to stay away if sick. Strategic Services and Information Technology has worked to provide technological improvements to support council and committee meetings. Strategic Services and Information Technology has methods to accommodate both local and remote participants in chambers using Zoom and Teams, like we're doing here today, in similar method to used prior to COVID. Except that remote participants will now use this Zoom or Teams client software rather than the dial-in interface to Skype that was previously used. Preparations are being made to separate the host function from the legislative officer and to display the video image of remote participants to council within the chambers. Local participants in the chambers will also have the option of using Zoom and Teams, but must remain muted as the room audio system will be used and would cause feedback. The room audio system will pick up the input from desk microphones and feed it into Zoom and Teams, and that'll eliminate the feedback that occurred in a previous meeting. The Douglas Cardinal Boardroom will also receive a new video conferencing system, similar to the one currently in use here at the Emergency Operations Center. The new system will enable a mix of local and remote participants using Zoom and Teams. The equipment is currently being ordered and won't be in service at least until September. Several tests of the local and remote system in chambers will occur leading up to the dates of the council meeting. Later, if you have specific questions on the technology, they can be addressed to Luke Picard, who is also here attending this meeting. This slide provides an overview of the current status of council meetings in the region. Stony Plain is planning for resuming August 17th. Presentations and attendance will need to be reserved in advance, and administration will support public access by maintaining safe locations and assisting with cleaning processes. Parkland County is conducting them by teleconference. Edmonton currently conducts hybrid virtual meetings and has suspended regular meetings until September. No timeline for resuming in-person meetings is available. Fort Saskatchewan is conducting virtual meetings through WebEx. No timeline is available on their resumption of in-person meetings. Strathcona County is currently conducting meetings in person with physical distancing and other measures in place. Public attendance is limited and they offer webcasting. Beaumont is planning to resume council meetings following renovations, likely after the summer break, and will be using plastic guards between individuals. Leduc, the chambers are closed to the public until further notice, and they're utilizing virtual meetings. Others in the province, like Calgary, are conducting hybrid model. They're trying to limit the number of people in chambers to limit exposure, especially when it comes to general members of the public. And where possible, members of administration are also presenting virtually. The options or alternatives for council committee meetings were identified as virtual and in-person meetings. Virtual meetings limit contact between participants and reduce the risk spread of COVID-19. In-person meetings would require controls that have been presented, and providing a virtual option for those meetings would result in a hybrid model that provide accessibility for individuals to attend in-person meetings as well. Information technology is working to ensure that this option is available to support those hybrid meetings. We'd be happy to take any questions you have at this time.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Janke. Questions? Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Janke. So am I to understand that council chambers in and of itself, if all 7 of us were to show up and sit at the desk, that we could maintain physical distancing?
There would be engineered controls put in place, so sneeze guards between between the councillors, because spacing is very tight, as you're well aware in that space, and those engineered controls provide they buffer what the space expectations are required.
But if we felt like we didn't want to participate for whatever reason, we could chime in through Zoom, as you said. And because I was thinking about this, and I was wondering if initially we should try and maybe rotate ourselves, where you have 4 in, 3 out, and then rotate. But if we can do it safely with all 7, that's great. I'm just really pleased that there's an option. My second question would be, in terms of the public gallery, I'm thinking about when we have issues that tend to bring a lot of public to the gallery, it would be basically a first come, first serve. That's my first question, in terms of space in the gallery.
It it would be a first come, first serve or reservation basis, depending on what legislative services chose for an option with you as council.
Okay. And then second to that, and I'm sorry if I did miss this, but would you be considering for the public them entering in one way and exiting out another way, or would it be in and out on the same side?
Actually, I don't have the specific details on that for you, but with entering, they would be masked, so that would help with help in terms of that for control. But I can get you more information on the directions and that sort of thing from our health and safety people afterwards.
Yeah, because I'm really just thinking about, we have those stairs that people have to navigate to get to their seats. They probably need for some rails to get it properly into their seat, or a touch point at least that can be cleaned easily, so that they're not touching everything, but they're just touching a specific rail. So I'm sure that you've thought about all of these things. I do look forward to getting back together in person. And I hope that the gallery situation can work itself out easily. I think I like the idea of registered people, so that we know ahead of time how many people we are trying to navigate within any given meeting. But I guess those are details that can be worked out later. Thank you very much.
All right, any more questions? Councillor Mackay.
All right, I tried to unmute there and missed it. Just a follow-up question then, based off of Councillor Hanson's. Right now we're rolling out, opening our facilities, obviously, but we're also opening up our front counters in St. Albert Place and other locations throughout the city. Is that going as planned? And is that rollout during this time as well? The
rollout for those front counter services actually commenced today, so that it's currently underway, and items such as barriers and that sort of thing, signage, all that was in place prior to the open to those facilities opening.
So I guess the timing is consistent with us potentially moving back into in-person meetings, aligns with what the rest of the corporation is doing.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, any further questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So what I'm wondering is, it says in here that they're not providing any meals. The fridge in there is quite small, and we typically go past the 3-hour mark. So how are we planning to address that issue? Like, if you brought in your own lunch, I don't think it would fit 7 or 10 lunches in there.
There's a fridge up on the 3rd floor we can use.
So we'd be using the 3rd floor fridge as well? Because also the staff are there. I'm just asking how we're handling this.
I don't have the specific details on that piece in terms of why that the provided meals was not included, because that has been one of the regular health recommendations that coming from the province, that shared meals not occur, and it's safer for participants to bring their own meals.
Okay, I mean, because you could also just not do shared and also handle that as well. I'm just trying to figure out, how you're supposed to handle this over that. What I'm trying to also figure out is, so we're going to go to council chambers, we're going to sit beside each other, and we're going to have a Zoom meeting. That's what the intention is.
Can you, so yes, you could sit beside each other or be able to be in a meeting in Zoom from an alternative location. So there'd be two options for you as a counselor.
Right, but the intention is I'm gonna go to City Hall, put on a mask, go sit in my seat, have some kind of barrier between me and the person beside me, and then do everything by Zoom. Because I'm trying to figure out why we just don't do everything by Zoom from home. I mean, because this sounds like a lot of work to basically have the same effect of a meeting in the end. Like I'm at this point, I don't see reason to come in. I'm gonna just continue to Zoom from home. I don't see why the onus is for me to go through this just to do the same meeting in the end.
I think it's just about choice, Councillor Hughes. Making everyone feel comfortable.
Okay, well, heads up, you'll be seeing me from this location for a while then, because I don't see a reason to actually do this if this is how we're doing it. That's it.
Councillor Mackay, did you have another question?
No, I was just waving to Councillor Hughes because I sit beside her.
Oh,
And she said, sit beside people, and I just was waving to her.
okay.
That's all. It's easier to wave in person, but.
Okay, any other questions on the resumption of in-person meetings? All right, could somebody bring forward the motions? Nobody wants to bring forward the motion? Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
I recommend that the meeting of council and the standing committee resume in council chambers and the Douglas Cardinal Boardroom, respectively, effective August the 17th of 2020, with the option for council members, administrative staff, and the public to continue attending these meetings by electronic means. And secondly, that council approve implementation of the controls and procedures associated with resumption of council and committee meetings in the chamber and the DCB as set out in the report dated August the 4th, 2020, entitled Resumption of In-Person Council Meetings.
All right, thank you. Do you have any comments to add to that?
Well, I think the debate has indicated that this is an opportunity to reconvene. The options are there, as has been stated, to continue to meet electronically. I think this is an option that's available to us. And for those of us who choose to get together in person, it'll be great. And for those who continue to want to meet electronically, that's an option for them as well.
All right. Anyone else have anything to add to this? Councillor Hughes, your hand up. Okay, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay.
Okay, at this point, I think I'm gonna be voting against this because ultimately we're still having Zoom meetings. And so I just think this is gonna cost a lot more money than what we're actually gonna get for benefit from it. So if everybody seems to think that they can go in both lanes here and it doesn't seem to work. They're doing it with schools, they're doing it with this, and you can't, so ultimately we're just gonna go through a lot of extra work for staff to have to do all these extra cleanings and all these extra steps and hoops they have to jump through to ultimately still have a Zoom meeting. And so I don't think that this is money that I want to spend into this. And I think it'd be far better if we just continued and just said we're just having Zoom meetings until there was a reason why we could do this without having to create all that extra cost. That's it.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. Thank you to the comments. I can't disagree with any of the comments. And initially, when we started this meeting in electronic format, I must say I was quite uncomfortable with it, and I do miss the interaction, the personal interaction that I get from each and every councillor. But however, I think that, you know, as we're moving forward, I think that moving forward in a staged, careful, with consideration, and also something that's flexible so that we can actually start to learn, is just something that we're going to have to move to. We are seeing it in my question. Other staff are being asked now to start to resume kind of normal operations. And I believe this just gives us an opportunity to do the same. But I recognize that some of us might feel uncomfortable, or some of us might be able to take advantage of Zoom meetings just because of their own personal circumstances. So I'm 100% behind whatever each individual councillor chooses to do. But I do think that this allows us to, excuse the acronym, but dip our toe in the water and start to begin coming back into kind of a regular format. And particularly as we start to move into fall discussions and some big budget items, I think it's always better to meet in person versus electronically, although there are some benefits, as we've all discovered. Anyways, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jolly.
Sorry, missing my mute button. So as of now, I'm probably going to support this motion. And you know, like Councillor Mackay says, I really do miss meeting in person. But the practicalities and, you know, the risk in terms of business continuity is definitely on my mind. I know with my kids going back to school in September, they're going to get colds. And when they get colds, we're stuck at home for a couple of weeks. And so I suspect that I will be, like Councillor Hughes, joining remotely a lot of the time, just because of the nature of what we need to do to keep everyone safe. So thank you to administration for putting all the work into this plan, and it's going to be a different budget season for sure. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'll be supporting this motion. I think that we have adapted really well to using these Zoom meetings. I personally struggle chairing them because I'm looking at different screens all the time. So whatever IT modifications can be made in my space too, I can see my own screen plus the agenda would be helpful. But I think more than anything, there's many people in our community that don't use Zoom and they don't use electronic means, and to give options is better for the democratic process. So if somebody wants to come into chambers, follow the rules, they can actually watch a council meeting where they would not if it was completely on Zoom. Plus, I think the seven of us know how difficult sometimes the Zoom platform can be with connectivity and freezing, and it gets overwhelmingly frustrating sometimes depending on what platform we're using. So I will support a hybrid model. Councillor Broadhead to close.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. That is 6 in favor. Councillor Hughes, are you against? 1 opposed. All right. Bylaw 32, 2020. Is there a presentation on this one? I mean, after we had last week, is there a second presentation? Mr. Scoble, do you know?
Sorry, Mayor, can you repeat that?
Is there a presentation on the bylaw, or is it
no
presentation? Okay. All right. So we have the bylaw that we asked for that's in front of us today is 32, that will mandate masks in transit facilities and in civic buildings. We do have a myriad of amendments that have been emailed over the last few hours, and then some suggestions from last week. So I'm going to ask one member of council to do first reading, and then we'll go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Do you want to have questions about it first before you want?
We can have questions, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to do that at second, but we can go now.
Well, no, it's whatever's easiest. Fine. It's whatever's easiest for the group.
Okay, let's do some general questions now. Then we'll do first reading, and then we'll have somebody move second reading, and that's when the amendments will come as that second reading.
Fair enough.
So,
okay.
Did you have a question to start?
Yeah, I do actually. I have a couple of questions in relation to it, and I apologize for not being at our last meeting. I did watch it, parts of it, and I managed to catch up on YouTube as well. But so I apologize if I'm asking some questions that were answered previously. So
that's okay.
I'm going to be going directly to the Emergency Operations Center, Percy, or whoever you have in staff there. Can you explain or expand a little bit more on Alberta Health Services recommendations or definitions between enhanced and a watch or what around the rates. Can you give me a little bit more clarity as to those definitions or their purpose?
Get that information right in front of me here. The province in their relaunch map has three different categories: open, watch, and enhanced. Open, which St. Albert is currently at in the open status. The province implements kind of no additional measures. Watch has a threshold of 10 cases in a community and over a threshold of 50 cases per 100,000. So for St. Albert, because our population is in that is in the 66,000 range, what they do is they kind of have that same number that they utilize to kind of balance and be able to look at it kind of as a more global measure. Right now in St. Albert, our case, we have 3 active cases, and the active case rate is 4.4 per 100,000. And there's also no specific facility or business outbreaks noted in St. Albert. And then the final is enhanced, and the province identifies that as additional measures would be in place. Once you're at a watch or an enhanced level, the province gets involved with the municipality, providing advice on what the municipality should be doing at that point. Like I said, we're currently at the open level.
Thank you very much for that explanation. That kind of clarifies some things, and it's consistent to what I was able to find, but I wanted to confirm it. So looking at the relaunch map, where that has the open and watch and enhance, there doesn't look to be that many either communities or even parts of communities. I think Edmonton has 2 that are in the watch. I think there's 1 county that's in the watch, but the vast majority of Alberta, outside of those that I've mentioned and perhaps parts of Calgary, are actually all open, correct?
I have data on that right now. The provincial relaunch map identifies a total of 142 different communities, which obviously St. Albert is one. 22 of these communities currently were under a watch. And those include some of the subsets within Calgary and Edmonton. So that's 15.49% of the identified communities, while the rest of the communities, 84.51%, are identified as open. There are no communities with enhanced.
All right, thank you. Under the proposed bylaw, or what we're talking about, and I'm not going to get into the exemptions because, of course, we don't know what we're going to be eventually going to agree on. But will our I guess I'm just trying to think of some of the other kind of just barriers or that we're looking at around enforcement. And I know there was a lot of conversation around the enforcement. And of course, that's my background. And one of my difficulties with some of in implementing a bylaw is if we're truly not able to enforce it, why have a bylaw? How many communities, Percy, are still in a SOL? Do we know?
I've got that.
Sorry, I appreciate you digging around, and if you don't have it right at your fingertips, I understand.
Right now, there are 2 municipalities with states of local emergency, and there's 27 First Nation communities, so a total of 29 for COVID.
So as our emergency operations Senator Guru, and maybe this might be unfair to you, but maybe it's Mr. LaFleur. Under a SOL, we wouldn't need a bylaw, would we? We could pretty much mandate masks.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, no, that's actually not correct.
Okay.
A SOL would not be, it would be irrelevant to whether you do not have the power under a SOL to implement masks.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. That clarifies a great deal for me. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have right now. Most of the other ones will probably key in relation to any proposed amendments that we might be looking at after first or second reading.
All right. Questions? Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So received some questions. I wrote some down, but she actually emailed it in, so it's even easier. I'm going to ask some of the questions that were brought forth from the public. So the data to have it 2 years and older, where was the data to support that all people 2 years and older should be wearing masks?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just, as a person who drafted the bylaw, I just copied that came straight from Edmonton and Calgary's bylaw. I don't know where they got it. So that's something that obviously could be amended at second reading.
Okay, so we didn't actually have anything behind it to support that. So one of the concerns I have an amendment coming forward to potentially do this, but and if it passes, is what are we going to do to protect the people who are exempt and who could be, I believe there's quite a few people who are exempt that are very concerned right now about going out in public and being attacked either verbally, physically, threatened by people who feel that they should be wearing a mask. And we have seen cases already where people have been attacked and had very unpleasant experiences. They couldn't wear a mask. They were definitely eligible. And yet the public felt that they were going to do some community policing and attack them. So what do we have? I don't see anything in here that will protect those individuals from potential serious either physical or psychological harm as a result of going out in public and having such a negative experience.
All right, I'll take a crack at that. Many of the things that you can do to intimidate or try to make another person feel uncomfortable, certainly physical violence would fall into this category. These things are already crimes. They're under the criminal code. If you do that, you're a criminal. You can be charged with a criminal offense. We can't encroach into criminal law. That's federal. And in any event, the criminal code has those offenses. But beyond that, some of the more subtle things that could be done to try to intimidate a person not wearing a mask for a valid reason, you could amend the bylaw to make it clear that that itself is an offense, to do that kind of intimidation. So if you cared to make that kind of an amendment, Councillor Hughes, that's legitimate. That's within municipal jurisdiction to do that.
Okay, and I think I have that amendment coming forward. The other question I had was, how will the bylaw officer be able to determine the validity of someone's exemption, considering that they can't ask legally what their disability is according to the Disability Act? So how can they actually determine the validity of an exemption?
So that's an excellent question, Councillor. If you notice the way the bylaw is worded, it's a little different than other cities that way. And that's because basically of my background as a prosecutor, the way it's worded is that if a person is charged with an offense, they're not guilty if any of these conditions apply to them. So basically the bylaw officer doesn't have to determine. All the bylaw officer has to do is say, there's someone who's not wearing a mask in a place where they're supposed to be. Most bylaw officers, I'll let Aaron speak to this, he knows better than I do, would try the soft approach first, right? To talk to the person. If it becomes apparent that the person is saying, well, I have an exemption, and if the bylaw officer, for whatever reason, isn't entirely convinced that they're being told the truth, they could lay the charge, and then that person could establish it in court. The onus would be on that person to say, you know what? I'm not guilty if I can establish I'm in exemption B or exemption E or whatever it may be. And if they can establish it to the judge's satisfaction, and no, they don't have to do it on, beyond reasonable doubt. They just have to give a convincing argument to the court is all. And then they would not be found guilty. So it's at two levels, right? First, the level of the bylaw officer. No, you're correct. They would not inquire into private things. But that the person who might be charged, who couldn't, convince the officer, could still have a second opportunity to show a judge in court that, hey, you know what? I'm within one of these exemptions, so you should find me not guilty. That's the way it works.
How could they convince a bylaw officer they're exempt without providing personal details about the exemption?
Well, that's the point. They don't have to. If they're not comfortable providing personal details, they don't have to.
So if they disagree with providing personal details as per the Disability Act, then they should be expecting to have to go to court to defend their case.
Yeah, it's a question of, making sure that if a charge is laid, that the person prosecuting the offense has a reasonable chance of proving the basic offense, and then giving the person charged a reasonable opportunity of showing it, you know what, I'm within an accepted, a council-approved class that would not be found guilty, and here's my evidence.
But then you're providing personal details. Like then you're actually saying, here's my reason for my disability.
You don't have to, though, right? It's your choice. And maybe Aaron could provide a little bit better explanation, because Aaron knows far better than I do how this sort of thing works in practice.
Yeah, I agree with what David was saying there. The thing I can add is what the officers would likely do in a situation is, it's a case-by-case situation as they approach an individual without a mask. The approach that we put in our plan so far is to have a conversation and an educational conversation with the individual. And in my experience on the front lines, typically the conversation clears up any kind of possibilities of an exemption. But if an individual did not want to provide any information regarding that, the officer then has a call to make as to whether or not to issue that fine or to just leave it as is, as a warning or an educational approach and walk away. And then beyond that becomes more of the second stage in the court's prosecution of that matter.
It still strikes me as discriminatory, because you're now saying that if this person does not provide specific and personal details, which are in contradiction to the Disability Act, that they now have the opportunity, or should probably expect, to have to go through all the time, energy, physical and emotional and expense to justify it in court. And also in that, then so doing, also have to disclose what their disability is in court. So like, I don't see how you can determine whether or not it's valid without violating the Disability Act.
I guess, I don't have a lot to add other than what we've already stated on that. And I understand where you're coming from and the concerns in relation to that. What I've found typically is if a person were to bring up a defense in court, it goes to the prosecutor prior to going into public, right? So if someone has a defense on a particular charge, then that information is provided to the prosecutor in private. So it's not a matter that typically goes straight to trial, and then the prosecutor would withdraw the charge prior to going to that level. And sometimes that's an email, even to with some information that then exempts them. So that's currently the process. I think in some other municipal legislation and federal legislation, what's been drafted and presented for council here is a reverse onus situation. So the law is you have to wear a mask at all times in indoor public spaces. There's not written exemptions in the bylaw. It's a reverse onus for a defense. So it's a little bit different than some other pieces of legislation. So, but the practical application of it, I think is similar.
Okay, I basically, we're gonna have to violate it to have it come through. They have to tell somebody, and give legislation to show it, or backup to show it, if they were to do it. And in some cases, it could be quite traumatic to have to share that with other people. So the other question I have is, so let's say the person wasn't wearing a mask, they have a valid reason, they choose not to share that reason with the bylaw officer. The next day, it happens again. How many times can they be reissued the same, either the summons or fine, when they haven't actually had an opportunity to challenge it and have their case heard? Could they just collect 30 of these things?
In theory, yes. In practice, that would never happen.
So it doesn't say that in the bylaw. So
No, that's true, but I'm answering your question. In theory, yes. A bylaw officer, if they wanted to, could trail someone around and give them multiple tickets every day. I'll let Aaron comment as to whether that's how he instructs his officers to act.
So to add, I've been doing enforcement for about 20 years now, and the number of times that multiple charges have been issued to an individual or to a corporation are pretty rare. Typically, once one charge is there, additional ones don't happen until the matter goes to court. Having said that, there are some extreme circumstances that could potentially have a person having 2 or 3 tickets, and then all those tickets or charges get handled in the courts at the same time, depending on the intervals or the timing between those charges. But it is a very rare circumstance for that to occur.
Although I don't remember seeing a bylaw like this, where basically you could be charged every hour.
That's common. That's in many, many pieces of legislation.
Yeah, except for wearing a mask is something you do a lot more than, say, park your car. So,
Councillor Hughes, let's not debate the answer. Let's ask the question.
So, just give me a second here now. I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
So that you have 2 types of violations in here. You have one that's a ticket and one that's a greater matter. How would the bylaw officer make the decision about which one they would be applying? And why did we make 2 different levels?
So that's another common enforcement mechanism in most of our bylaws. We typically have a specified penalty for an offense. And then rather than increasing a fine for a second and subsequent offenses, the second offense or something that is more serious would then result in someone being given a summons to go to court without an option to pay the fine. And then typically in those extreme circumstances is when we would want to ask for a higher fine amount. So if we have a situation where this is again extreme, I'll give you a real life example. Someone absolutely refuses to wear a mask, keep on coming into city facilities, not wearing a mask, and doesn't have a defense to the charge, and it happens over multiple days at a time. We may decide to say, you now don't have an option to go to court, or you don't have an option to pay the fine, you have to go to court. And then through our prosecution, we may ask for an increased fine of $200 or $300 or $500, all the way up to $10,000. But again, those are extreme cases, but that's the theory behind it. And it's a pretty standard provision within almost all of our legislation.
So what will people be required to provide to show that they have, as it's termed, bona fide exemptions? If they had a doctor's note, would that be sufficient? What is going to be considered sufficient so that they know what they need to do?
So I think the conversation with the officer, we're not going to be asking for any kind of documentation or anything to an individual. Again, it's going to be the conversation in most cases. Someone saying what they're exempt under is going to clear that matter up. As for actual prosecution in court, that would be up to the prosecutor to make that determination as to what they believe is reasonable in order to dismiss the charge or ask for a withdrawal. So again, a case by case on that, but typically it may be a little bit more than a conversation, but it all depends on what provision within that realm of lists of exemptions would apply.
So if they had a doctor's note, would that be sufficient? to the, let's say they were willing to disclose what they had and they had a doctor's note, would that be sufficient to address it? Because I think that most people don't want to have to go through the stress of going to court to justify their exemption. So what documentation would be considered acceptable that they would be expected to not have to have it further pressed?
I can say, as the person who would be prosecuting these things, I can't imagine that I would not accept a bona fide doctor's note as you know, and I wouldn't go beyond a doctor's note any more than an HR professional would. If you have a note and I'm satisfied that it truly is a medical practitioner, that would be fine.
Okay. The other thing I have is, in some case, like one of the concerns I have is words bona fide. So how are we defining bona fide? Because it's not in the definitions. And Edmonton and Calgary don't have it.
Yeah, the intention there is just to be sure that the person is required to do more than just assert. I mean, anyone can assert something. Bona fide means that there's some documentation, some substantiation behind what you assert. That's all that means.
But you have to provide that documentation?
Well,
because that,
yeah, again, I don't know that a lot would be served by trying to go through every conceivable hypothetical situation. You don't know what might come up, right? You rely on the common sense of your bylaw officers and your prosecutor to deal with each situation, you know, fairly and with respect to the person.
well, I understand that, but I'm looking at a person who's now been confronted and they're exempt and they have to now show bona fide, which basically means they need to show actual proof of it, not only disclose it, but show proof of it, is what it sounds to me when I have the words bona fide in there.
That's correct. Yes, that's what bona fide means. What level of proof? You know, as I said earlier, it's certainly not the criminal burden of proof. You certainly don't have to go anywhere near showing proof beyond reasonable doubt. You have to have some sort of cogent rationale for saying that you fall within that exception.
Okay, so basically we have to ask people to violate the Disability Act to show the proof, because if you just said I have an exemption and you don't go further, it's not considered bona fide without providing a lot of details to it, or some details to it.
That's correct. You know, if council wanted to amend the bylaw to, on section 4, instead of to say if the person establishes that, you know, they were whatever, you could just change the word establishes to asserts, so that anyone who simply asserts it has a defense. You could do that.
And what I'm listening carefully to you right now, David. So which area were you talking about here? Where does it go from established to assert?
Yeah, section 4.
Oh, there we go. I see it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the word establishes puts an onus on them. The word asserts would just allow them to just assert something and they don't have to prove it.
Okay, I do appreciate that. Just give me 1 second here again. Sorry. Does anybody else have any questions, Marianne? I can wait if something.
No, we can finish yours up.
So the concept of having the 4G, of saying that if you're in a dance or theater and you're 2 meters apart, then you don't need masks. But this idea that the virus is safe in certain parameters and then has to have additional regulations in others, I'm having a difficult time with that continuity. So how can we say that people who are dancing or doing other musical performances, which is actually probably going to involve heavier breathing, is safe as long as they're 2 meters apart? But if you're walking past somebody and you're 2 meters apart, you still have a mask on. So why is the G in there?
G was to follow the guidance document on performance that the province put out.
So the province is saying that as long as you're 2 meters apart, you don't need masks, because they're not saying you need masks anywhere. They're only recommending them.
This was specific to cohorts, theater group cohorts, providing they can maintain specific distances to the audience, and allowed some flexibility in terms of dance groups in a cohort situation.
But couldn't we argue that there's cohorts in many other situations as well that are not being considered?
has cohort situations already that are considered, and physical activity has different recommended guidelines associated with it as well that are considered under the bylaw.
You're kind of, I think you're muted for a bit of that, Percy.
Which
because Councillor Hughes brings up a good point. You know, first of all, it doesn't say cohort in the definition of G. You know, if a hockey team wants to stay together and not see anyone else, they're cohorts, right? So.
And that's just following the kind of the guidance document there, and that it's the same for kind of the physical activities, and that there's the exemptions under physical activities, and there are guidance documents that guide some of those principles as well for sports camps and recreational activities and that. So that's following those guidance documents as well.
Okay. Councillor Hughes, I hope you don't mind me just jumping in here for 2 seconds. Mr. LaFleur, should we be referencing those guidance documents?
All right, sorry, slow on the button. You could if you wanted to. I know that this particular one, G, about dance, theatrical, and musical performances, that was a specific request that I received from the EOC to make sure to include that in there. And I think we should bear in mind the bylaw as presented only covers city facilities. I think maybe in your mind you might be jumping forward to covering the all public places. And then that would be a different conversation. But, when it was for city facilities, this is very clear. This is to allow performances to go ahead and be enjoyable in the Arden. That's
At the Arden, yeah. Okay.
That's
Good point. So when we get further into this, maybe we need to reference some of these guidance documents, and maybe Mr. LaFleur or EOC, if this becomes a broader bylaw that is outside of civic facilities, are there other cohort type activities that we need to include, like sports, like day camps? I can't remember what you just mentioned. So, all right, sorry to jump in, Councillor Hughes. I just want to make sure, because I agreed with you. It seemed like an odd thing to have in there.
Yeah, I understand the intention, but if it's the virus we're doing for safety, then we also have to recognize that the virus doesn't actually know limitations according to what type of activity you're doing. So the recommendation right now is to have it December 31st, 2020. I'm assuming it was done to be consistent with Edmonton and not actually based on the idea that this is going to be ending at the end of December.
And maybe Mr. LaFleur, did you tried to align our bylaw with Edmonton's?
Yes, that's correct. And even to the point of putting like a sunset clause, as you may have noticed, that, unless something else happened, this would automatically expire at the end of, December 31st. We tried to align it as closely as we can with Edmonton. It wasn't possible to do it 100% because obviously St. Albert Transit is a little different, right? So we had to have a little bit different wording here and there. But we tried to align as closely as possible to basically so that the public would be as clear as possible throughout the region, or at least insofar as we're part of the region, that the requirements are broadly similar wherever you go.
Because when I'm looking at this, I know it says temporary, but because it's not based on any parameters other than what Edmonton's doing, I don't see it ending at the end of December. I see it being extended at the end of December, probably indefinitely, or multiple extensions, because there's no parameters to show why it would stop in December 31st.
Well,
so
the bylaw, the wording of the bylaw is such that it will come to an end, right? It will.
So what would prevent council though on December 15th or whatever saying we're extending it for 6 more months, that bylaw?
Absolutely nothing. You could do whatever you thought was best at that time. But
right.
What I'm saying is if you did nothing, it would automatically end at that time.
Okay, but there's nothing stopping council of the day to get and extending it 6 more months on December 30th, for example.
Totally correct. You have complete control of that.
Okay, and there's no parameters that we're giving to actually justify when it should start or stop at this moment either. Like I'm trying to figure out what would change on December 31st, where a council would say, we don't need to do this anymore. Because I'm not seeing any, when you're looking at 3 cases right now, any number will basically justify continuing it. And we don't have any parameters to show when it should start or stop. So I'm trying to figure out what we would foresee, regardless of what Edmonton does or doesn't do, to say, yeah, we're going to end on December 31st. Something has now changed.
Well, perhaps if there were a vaccine, I suppose, but I can't, I mean.
No. I would say the parameters are the effective date is the day it passes as it's written right now, and then the end date is December 31st if we do nothing. Those are the parameters. And the rest of those parameters, Councillor Hughes, is determined by council.
I understand
Council
that.
wants to extend it, they can. If they don't, then it just dies.
Yeah, my concern is that it's going to be extended indefinitely because we have no reason to think that something's going to change by January 1st, based on what we have right now. So I'm concerned that there might be just a decoy to make people think it's temporary, but in reality, it's just a stepping stone. I think those are the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Any more questions from council? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interesting debate, this whole thing, quite honestly. It's been interesting reading all of the emails coming in. And this is a question through to Mr. Lafleur. We're certainly not the first municipality that has instituted a face coverings bylaw, and Edmonton wasn't the first or anything like that. It's actually not uncommon across our province, but across the nation as well. One of the things that we have heard is that once this gets implemented, there will be all sorts of legal challenges to the to the constitutionality of this sort of thing happening. Given that it's been out there for some time now, what's the status of that particular assertion that this is outside the realm of legality, if you will? Surely somebody has taken it to court by now.
Yes, that same question was asked at the last meeting, and I really wasn't sure what the status might be across Canada. So I did brush up on it a little bit. There have been a couple of formal challenges launched in Ontario, one in the Maritimes, I think it's Nova Scotia, but none of these challenges are anywhere near being resolved. I mean, they're not even yet at the first level of court, to say nothing of Court of Appeal. So, that's from the standpoint of, alleging that it's an infringement of your right to liberty under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Looking just at Alberta law, there are a couple of clauses in the NGA. I think all councillors are familiar with them by now, if you've read some of my emails, that give council broad authority to govern in whatever way you think is in the best interest of your community, to respond to issues as they arise. And then, of course, there's a provision in the NGA that says no bylaw can be challenged on the ground that it's unreasonable. So there's a lot of, if you will, defenses against challenges that are available both at the provincial and federal level. But the bottom line is that it's way too soon to know whether the courts would consider this or not as a valid challenge. I will say one other thing. There is something called the proportionality test whenever it comes to the Charter of Rights, which basically says that the least intrusive measure that a government makes, the less intrusive it is, the more likely it's to be upheld as a reasonable limitation on charter rights. So, if you ask yourself, how intrusive is it to ask someone to wear a mask? Compare that to, say, how intrusive is it to require you to have insurance if you drive a car, which we all are well familiar with. I don't know. I mean, you'll have to weigh in your own minds whether that's something you want to consider as part of your decision-making process. The bottom line is, it's simply way too soon to know how the courts are going to react to challenges to mask legislation under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Sorry, finding the unmute button. Just a follow-up question in relation to some of the topics that we've been discussing. Maybe Aaron, because and again, maybe I'm jumping ahead into the next one right now, and so I'll hold off, because if My question, Aaron, though, you maybe can answer it, is if we do expand this bylaw into all public places, do your MES officers require special agent authority to go into like the mall and issue a summons?
No, because it's a public space. As long as they're going into the public spaces, then that's gonna if it's accessible, then we're fine going in.
But let's say you had to go into one of the businesses within a mall who said that this person repeatedly comes into my store and does not wear a face covering. Would you need to have special agent status, or would you just wait until that person came out of the store and went into the public place?
No, I don't believe so. I think if the store is open to the public, and the front doors are open and the officer was in there, they would have the ability to do that. But if we get down to that, we can definitely take that into consideration and do some more research in our enforcement planning for sure.
Yeah, no, I was just a concern that came out in some of the conversations. It's also interesting. I researched there for the question around age. City of Toronto followed the recommendations of the Center for Disease and Control in the United States. Yeah, kids under the age of 2 are at risk of suffocation. That's why they're following that direction. If you look at the Alberta Health Center, it's the same thing. They're following CDC recommendations on age. And that's just a comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Watkins.
I had a question of Aaron, and it was, it says in the report that you have, you've already developed a program for enforcement if this was to pass. Maybe you could just talk about that a bit.
Sure, no problem. So actually, as of we implemented it as of Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we implemented our plan as of Saturday because that's when it became effective for city facilities under the administrative directive. And essentially what we have is officers making regular and routine patrols through the civic facilities, just educating the public already. And most of them are general duty officers, and we're spending 5-10 minutes within a facility doing a walk around and having conversations with people who aren't wearing masks. And so far, if this bylaw were to pass, the same plan would be going forward for those facilities, just with the potential ability to issue a ticket. The last couple of days that they've made the patrols, I understand that they've only come across one person that was not wearing a mask in those areas, but that's just really early. That was, basically Saturday and early this morning so far. I think or Saturday and Sunday, I should say.
And for someone like Councillor who said somebody could get 30 tickets, for someone to get multiple tickets, they would have to be trying to get multiple tickets. Is that probably correct? So that they could challenge the bylaw? Wouldn't that be the case?
I don't know if I would use the word trying, but potentially, I guess I would say that they are being very vocal opponents or vocally opposed to the bylaw, and those have happened in situations where someone will just be defiant and continue not to follow a law and comply. The whole plan is really around compliance before enforcement. It's education, and then in a worst case scenario, issue the ticket. So there's potential for it.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Any more questions? All right, let's go through this slowly. Is anyone wanting to do first reading? Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
That bylaw 32/2020, the face coverings bylaw, be read a first time.
All right, I'm going to accept that motion, and just remember that this is just getting the bylaw through first reading, and amendments will come at second reading. So do you have any opening comments on first reading, Councillor Jolly? Nothing? Anyone else? Call for the vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? So that's 6-1 with Councillor Hughes opposed. All right, Councillor Jolly, are you okay with second reading?
Yep, that bylaw 32, 2020 be read a second time.
Okay. I'm accepting that, and then I'm going to Councillor Hanson for, and I've got my email up, everyone, and I'm going to just try to take these amendments as they came in. So the first one was from Councillor Hanson this morning at around 8:58 p.m. And Mr. LaFleur has given her some appropriate wording. So essentially, Councillor Hanson, I think we could deal with your first one about the age, or do you want to do the one that broadens the whole file? You want to do that one first? Okay, let's do the amendments that broaden it beyond transit and civic facilities to all indoor public spaces. So do you know which one you're reading in?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do. And basically the intention here is to have a mask requirement in all public places and public vehicles for fare. And it's a mirror of what's happening in the city of Edmonton. So it goes beyond civic facilities and our transit. So the first part of the bylaw that I would like to amend is in section 2 under definitions, and I would be adding the following as a new subsection, and we could put it in as E2. And the definition would say public place, which means an indoor space open to the public by right or express or implied invitation, regardless of who owns or occupies the indoor space, and includes the area occupied by the driver and passengers in a vehicle for hire, as defined in Schedule C of Bylaw 43-2000, the business licensing bylaw, but does not include an indoor space located within, number 1, a school or other educational institutions, number 2, a hospital or other healthcare facility, number 3, a childcare facility. And then the second amendment would be in section 3, and I would be adding a public place immediately after the words civic facility.
In section 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. LaFleur, in your legal opinion, does this achieve the broadening of the mandate to indoor public spaces?
Yes, that's correct. That wording is very, very broadly similar to what's been done in Edmonton.
All right. Any questions before I take this amendment? Councillor McKay.
Question, if this is intended to follow Edmonton's recent bylaw, they also added, and it might be already contained within our bylaw, and I'll seek your opinion, Mr. LaFleur, but they also added employee-only spaces where barriers have been installed between the employee and patrons. And when employees leave these areas, they will be required to wear face coverings. Councillor Hanson, did you purposely leave that out, or was that just something that was an oversight?
I did not purposely leave that out, and I would call that a friendly.
I wasn't so sure if I would enter it as a friendly. My question was only in the sense that basically from the feedback we got from the chamber, I'm not so sure it would be friendly. So I'm just was wondering whether or not you were trying to follow the entire thing.
Can you read that section again?
Sure. So the bylaw in Edmonton, the bylaw that passed, included employee-only spaces within the institutions or public spaces where barriers have been installed between the employee and patrons. When employees leave these areas, they will be required to wear face coverings. So basically it's would be not in behind where customers or members of the public would have access. So that could be still at the discretion of the business and operation. This would be in storefront of. So in servicing where public would have access, there would have to be kind of, you'd be behind counter type thing, but you would have.
So it's either a mask or a plexiglass barrier.
Well, what I do have, if I could, Madam Mayor, just in response to Councillor McKay's query, as a second part of an amendment, I have that we that you can read, I'll just read it, providing or receiving a service that requires personal consultation. If that activity occurs in a closed office or meeting room and all participants in the personal consultation have at all times maintained physical separation of at least 2 meters apart from each other, that would go under exemptions. Meaning if you go into a place, whether it's your health practitioner or your financial advisor or your lawyer or whoever, you go into a place of business with your mask on, and you may be invited to go into a boardroom or an office, you can take your mask off as long as you can physically distance 2 meters apart and have a conversation, you know, whatever you're consulting about. And it's not exactly what you're saying, but when you leave again, you have to wear your mask. So, and that was, of course, we heard from the mental health practitioners in droves around making sure that that they have an opportunity to remove their mask when they're in a one-on-one.
Okay. But and so you're bringing that forward later. That
I am.
So Councillor Mackay, that does not address what you just read out that Edmonton has. And I saw Mr. LaFleur's hand go up. So Mr. LaFleur, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I can address that. What we've tried to do is make this simple. The wording used, if you look at it carefully, it's a place where the public can go or is entitled to be, or is by express or implied invitation. So yes, we noticed that Edmonton had contemplated, you know, putting up plexiglass barriers and whatnot. Certainly in civic facilities, we're not going to be spending the money to do that. It's either there by invitation, come into a private office or not. Right. So our feeling is that the wording as we have makes clear that it only covers places where the public is entitled to be, and that should be sufficient. And if you're broadening it to public places, that's still is a very important distinction. So basically, if an employee is in a private business, that even a retail business, if they're in the back office on their own, then they don't have to wear a mask. Simple as that. It's where the public is entitled to be. That's what it's trying to get at.
I'm just concerned in the sense of the interpretation would be, so let's say a cashier's behind the plexiglass isn't wearing a face covering, moves around to the other side, she or he would have to put on a face covering. So I mean, I wouldn't support it. I'm just more playing devil's advocate here. It was just more around a question.
Okay. All right, any more questions on Councillor Henson's amendment? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So one of the concerns I'm worried about is just the logistics, because the businesses or any private public space. So what you're suggesting is that they put on a mask, which may or may not be clean. They take it off, so it's now contaminated, and then they're going to put it back on. So we're going to be mandating that people put on contaminated masks at one point or another, either the beginning or the end of a transaction when they're doing things throughout the day, and then breathing through them. I'm trying to figure out how can people actually do the logistics so that they wouldn't have this happen without carrying 30 masks with them in 2 separate bags.
I'm going to look at the EOC for an answer to this one, but masks are like the ones that we've been giving out, the black ones are reusable by your own person. You just don't share them. Is that correct?
But once you take them off, you put them down, they're contaminated, you're putting them back on your face. They were probably not sterile when you started. And then you're doing it multiple times. And I'm trying to figure out how we're going to be doing this and still make sure that people have some kind of safety.
Part of this is part of the communication plan, and it's education on the use of masks, also on hand sanitizing prior to using masks. So that's part of the communication plan that has been developed to go along with this. So it's kind of it's a twofold approach with public education on masks, how to properly put those masks in place and utilize those cases.
Okay, because I'm thinking like you take the mask off, I'm going to put it somewhere. So now wherever I'm putting it, I'm picking up all those germs on top of the germs I had when I was walking or doing whatever I had with it on. And then I'm going to be putting it back on. Like the logistics of trying to do this, I'm just not sure if we're actually just not we're making people breathe through dirty pieces of material repeatedly.
So in terms of that, if you're in a situation where you have to take you feel you should take your mask off, then you may need multiple masks in that situation, or just continue wearing your mask so that you're not recontaminating. It's simple messages like that as part of the educational program on how to utilize your masks effectively.
And once they get wet, like after about 20 to 30 minutes, they're going to get wet from just the like breathing. So basically at that point, they're also not doing their job and potentially having more issues than actually helping. So are we also going to be doing education, telling people to change their masks every 20 to 30 minutes?
It'll be that there's communication on what those your duration of mask. That's part of the communication plan, and health has that information available for public. So you would be utilizing those pieces of information and sharing those pieces of information as part of the plan.
So how long are we recommending the person with the same mask?
We'd be following the advice of what health is saying. I can't specifically just pull a number right out of the hat here. I'd have to look at the directives exactly.
Oh, I'm surprised you wouldn't know that. Okay, thank you.
All right. I have a quick question, and it's probably for Mr. O'Fleur, but lots of residents are concerned about masks in schools. Of course, you have them not included in schools or educational institutions. What is the municipality's authority over the K through 12 schools?
Well, that's an excellent question, Mayor Heron. It's not I guess the best answer is it's not entirely clear. We probably do have authority to dictate whether masks are worn in a school or not. And that explains why Edmonton, not wanting to go in there, very specifically exempted them. If you look at we don't have it in front of us today, but the Calgary bylaw does not specifically exempt schools or hospitals, right? Obviously in Calgary, they weren't really concerned as to whether they had that jurisdiction. I would say to you that if push came to shove, we probably do have the jurisdiction to mandate whether masks are worn in schools. But it's better to, if you don't want to do that, it's better to have this exemption in there. If you took it out, then you could potentially have a charge laid in a school, and that could be challenged. This was intended to provide some certainty.
Okay.
Right?
All right. Glad I asked that because I thought we didn't have any authority. All right. Any more questions? All right. Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Mackay.
I apologize. I know it's hard for you to watch multiple screens. I apologize.
I think the connection is slow, so everything's delayed.
So what I'm pondering here, and this is a question maybe to Councillor Hanson, so I'm not even sure if it's friendly, but it might not be. And I'm aware that, I don't know, Councillor Hughes, you've got it as a potential amendment coming up around, like, what would, like, a trigger event? Because right now we're at 4.4 per 100,000. All of our surrounding municipalities, with the exception of Edmonton, are 0 to 1, right around the same rate per 100,000 as we are, and that includes all the counties, with the exception, I think, of Fort Saskatchewan, which is just a little bit more, but that's just basically based on the mathematical equation of the fact that they've got a smaller community. Would we look at identifying a trigger like Councillor Hughes has identified? Would we introduce that now, Madam Mayor, or do we wait until this passes?
I think, are you talking about a different trigger for transit and civic disabilities as opposed to indoor spaces? Or are you talking triggers for all of it?
Well, that's my question in relation to the process, Madam Mayor. Would we wait until after we get the second reading and then introduce that, or do we do it?
If you want to talk about triggers to start and stop the bylaw, that's not part of Councillor Hanson's amendment right now.
That was my question. I was wanting to clarify. And just so you know, your microphone's starting to break up.
Yeah, the connection's super slow here.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Wouldn't happen in person unless you stuttered too.
I apologize. Maybe IT can help me. Councillor Hanson, I see no more questions. I will accept your motion and I'll allow you to start with your opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been an interesting debate, as Councillor Broadhead said. We have received a lot of emails on both sides of the issue. I have to say I've received many more regarding the want for mandatory masks, but I wasn't really going to necessarily broaden the scope of this until I heard from the chamber, and it was obvious that there is support for the city to facilitate and collaborate with them as it relates to safety in business practices. So first of all, I really want to thank the chamber and particularly Jennifer McMurray for their work this past week. Really only 5 days. They have met, created a survey, got just under 2,000 participants to fill it out, provide feedback. They have provided us with results and a position letter. So big thank you to Jennifer and her team at the chamber and all of those who participated. And I guess, and you know, it's a long, hot August weekend, which we don't get very often. So that's pretty amazing. I also, on that note of thanks, want to thank David LaFleur, who has, I know, worked all weekend and has been working crazy mad this morning, trying to deal with these amendments. And I apologize for the tardiness of it, but I was really waiting for the chamber's results before I made these changes. So it's very, all your work is very appreciated by this councillor. So I'll go, I'll start with AHS. AHS is certainly promoting mask wearing on a daily basis. And in fact, I have a tweet here that was from July 26th that said, Dr. Dina Hinshaw, I strongly recommend that Albertans wear masks. We've undertaken many efforts to normalize and promote wearing masks the last few months. If you don't already, please start today. Do it for yourself and do it for everyone around you. So we like to watch Dina Hinshaw, and we think that she's our superstar in Alberta, and she has provided us with great guidance around this. We're also seeing globally that the world is promoting masks. We also know that there will be a second wave, and there is a second wave in some areas, and you just have to look at Florida to see what's happening there. China's talking about a third wave. So it is unfortunate, I would say, that the province is not providing us this mandate under a government issue, but I do understand the reluctance that a one-size-fits-all might not work yet. I imagine that as we go down this road, they may change their mind. I do, however, believe strongly that this should be a regional effort, and I hope it becomes regional. But in the absence of an EMRB motion, we as individual jurisdictions need to take the lead. These amendments that I propose will further protect residents and guests in all public places set out to accomplish yet another layer of stopping the spread. And from my perspective and many others who we've talked to over the last while, it is absolutely the right thing to do. And we can reevaluate in 5 months' time. As I spoke to one business who told me that there is a real anxiety for business owners if somebody transmitted this virus in their place of work. Masks do alleviate the anxiety, and not just for the business owner, but certainly for the staff who they need to protect, and for the patrons that come into the business. So, and we talk about legal issues. If a staff member in a public place of business got the coronavirus and the contact traced showed that it was happening in business and people weren't wearing masks, I think would be a big concern. So, and we talk about people, when people talk to us about their rights being taken away, and what about the rights of people to feel safe in their own community? And I realize that this mask wearing isn't the be all and end all, but it is, as I said before, another layer of protection. And I do believe it is the right direction for us to take, and it's for the greater good. And we talk about, possible lawsuits. Well, people don't want to wear masks. In BC, a doctor has headed to court to demand mandatory masks. So it's happening on both sides of the issue. David Fisman, a professor of epidemiology at the University of Toronto, described widespread mask as one of the easy wins for getting the COVID-19 epidemic back under control. I agree, and I see it as a step in safety for our residents. Most are already wearing masks, which I think is terrific. At the St. Albert Centre, there's a sign that says, "Stop the spread, one mask at a time." And I think that kind of sums it up. And I really want to take a moment to think about the people who can't wear masks. And part of our education and awareness needs to be that we do not create a stigma for those people. When we see somebody not wearing a mask, we need to assume that that's because they can't and they have a reason. And I think we can all do our part in ensuring that we are accepting of that situation. So to sum it up, I'm very comfortable with these proposed changes. I'm happy to align St. Albert with the City of Edmonton, and I hope other municipalities do the same. And I hope that you as my colleagues see this as a positive step in the fight against COVID-19. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Sorry, I was just turning off my video to try to preserve some bandwidth. Anyone else want to comment on the proposed amendment? All right. Oh, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm going to be supporting these amendments. Not that I have much to add to what Councillor Hanson said. Just a couple of things. One, I think we're in unprecedented times, and sometimes it requires unprecedented actions on the part of society to protect itself. And I'm not sure that, or I'm sure that wearing of masks or the request or the mandating of wearing masks is not unreasonable given what we're facing as a society. It's interesting that we regulate a lot of things. We ask people to wear bike helmets, you know, all of those things. And in a sense, we're limiting their personal freedoms, but the actions are not unreasonable. And when we're facing a global pandemic, I don't think that our request of our community to work together to stop the spread of this is an unreasonable request. And quite honestly, I ran into a friend of mine who works in the healthcare industry and has, I don't know whether it would be the honor of dealing with people who have COVID-19, but she has put herself at risk and has done so. And this is what she said to me, is she said, "I have seen the face of COVID-19 and it is not a pretty thing. And anything that we can do as a society to bring this under control so that people in our community are not put at risk, I think that's a reasonable action on our part. And to that end, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. You know, I just saw a scientist that spoke out this morning, actually, and he was saying that, you know, things that may appear at first glance to be common sense may still actually be harmful. And there are people who are choosing to wear masks. That's how they want to handle the current situation. But there's others that have the same level of concerns about wearing them and about how it will affect their health. So putting on something that's not sterile, something that's going to be reused, something that's ultimately contaminated on their face, and then being told to breathe deeply for up to hours at a time, and being said it's for their health. And so the reality is that there is many studies that show, one that just came out yesterday in Germany, that showed that there's both psychological and physical dangers and harm to actually wearing masks for long term. And so while the intention might be to do something about it, and there's certainly pressure from the public to have people empowered to say, do something, and this is what's been chosen to be done, it does not mean that this is actually going to be effective. And I looked to the studies of, China on their third wave, they've been wearing masks the whole time. The second wave, they were wearing masks. They're going to be wearing masks to third wave, and it's still happening. Japan has seen increases. Panama has been wearing masks since the lockdowns ever began, and their number of cases has increased over 6-fold of what it was even in March. And that's with full compliant mandatory mask wearing. So there's questions about whether or not it works. There's questions about whether or not it's going to be even more harmful. And having somebody put something that's not sterile on their face, where it's the only oxygen intake option you have, is always a question about whether or not we should be making decisions and acting as doctors when none of us are even licensed doctors, let alone the public health officer. And the public health officer may strongly recommend, but she's been very cautious to not cross the line of saying it's mandatory. And she has that option. And she did the saying that they're not doing it because it's not fully provincial, that doesn't hold any water, because we've already seen that the province has said we're going to have one thing for one area and one thing for another. This is, we saw Calgary did not release from the lockdowns for 10 days past the rest of the province. So if they thought it was mandatory in one specific area and they thought it was justified, they have the full ability to say, we want to have it in Edmonton or Calgary or St. Albert. They have that ability, but they have not decided to cross that line. They have intentionally said, we'll push it to recommendation only and not make it mandatory. So when I look at this, this is the one thing I look at, is that in times of crisis, we determine how much we value our own freedom of how we want to handle a medical situation. And it's very easy for governments to start taking away, under the name of a crisis, people's freedoms to how they want to do it. But under any other circumstance, you could be bleeding from your spleen. You could require surgery. But to have that life-saving surgery, you have to consent to it. It's a personal decision, and they respect that. And we're not doing that right now. We're telling people how they must handle it, in spite of the fact that the evidence is highly questionable and controversial about whether or not it's even effective. So, I mean, I know this is probably a surprise to nobody, but I will not be supporting this. And this is not a public health emergency. That ended in the middle of June. And yet we are acting as if we are still in a public health emergency. And the numbers of deaths are the lowest it's ever been since March. And yet the number of extra measures the governments are taking is now at an all-time high as far as trying to limit personal freedoms past that lockdown. So it should be justified. We don't have the numbers to justify this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Councillor Hanson for bringing this motion forward. It's something that I knew that we had to contemplate, and I think that your decision to wait until we heard back from the chamber was a good one. One of the reasons I feel confident in supporting this motion is that the province actually has made masks mandatory in schools for older children in the public areas, and that does give me confidence that our province, with access to those medical professionals, understands that this type of requirement is going to save lives and kind of improve outcomes across the province. So thank you for this, and I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor Mackay.
Thanks. I think Councillor Watkins also had his hand up as well. I apologize if I stepped in front of you, Ray. Honestly, I supported our municipality moving forward around civic facilities and around transit, because I thought that was something within our purview, within our control. I've struggled with this decision. I've talked to a lot of people. I've reached out to councillors in other municipalities, and they're struggling as well. And it's not just so much the whole discussion that we've had, and there's been excellent conversation on both sides of the on topic, and I just still keep coming back to a little bit of frustration I have that once again, we're being forced as a municipality to overreach and move into something that I think is a provincial responsibility. And I agree with Councillor Hughes that the province could go into these areas, specific areas that are on watch or enhanced, and implement more stringent procedures or methods of containing an outbreak. And I clearly view masks as one of those things. And I share the concerns that I think sometimes masks are being seen as a panacea, and that unfortunately they are going to be, in some cases I've even seen where they're replacing the other two very important things that we've learned from trying to cope with COVID-19 and the pandemic is hand washing, proper hygiene, and physical distancing. And you can even see it now with many residents that are wearing masks, even for all the reasons that Councillor Hughes identified with contamination. I mean, how many of you have seen cars with the masks hanging off of the rear window or the mirror? I mean, it's almost become a trophy now in some cases, and they are just basically pulling them out of their pant pocket and putting them on their face as they walk in. So I think that there's a lot of people that are unaware of the real limitations that masks are providing, and that they're not really understanding what the basic purpose is protect the user, not the wearer, not the person they're having come in contact with. So I'm a little afraid that there's some building up of false sense of security in mask wearers, but I'm also very encouraged to see, as Councillor Broadhead has identified, the vast majority of residents in St. Albert, or even people coming from outside of St. Albert using our businesses, are wearing masks or choosing to wear masks because it's their personal choice. And they've obviously, as we know, our residents are well educated and very well informed. And you can even see that in our low numbers since COVID-19 first struck our community. We've always maintained lower than certainly many of our regional partners. And I put that down to just who our residents are that make up our community. And so I struggle with this because I see where this is going, and I did support the fact that we can control what we can control, but I really worry about mandating it on to the rest of the community. But and if it I'm still not sure which way I'll go, and I'll wait till closing arguments, and I'll wait till the rest of council has something in it. I mean, because I'm not against the science. I mean, I don't see this as, because I mean, as we know from anybody who's done any research, we can find the science, or we can find the researcher on both sides of the discussion and the debate. And it's interesting, I wrote down, what started as a simple public health recommendation to limit the spread of COVID-19 has somehow morphed into this philosophical divide between both sides of the debate. And I guess it just goes to, once again, who our community is, because we're very well educated and very well informed. So, but I did find that it was interesting that when nobody complained about the lack of evidence for the benefits of washing your hands for 20 seconds. So I don't know why we're treating face masks coverings differently. But again, my sense is where this is going, but I will listen to the debate. And if it does pass, I look forward to some other potential amendments. I think that we need to identify what triggers mask wearing, and I think we need to identify what triggers how we determine when our community is safe and people no longer require to wear masks. So I'll wait for more comments and debates, and I will make my vote at that particular time.
All right, Councillor Watkins, I apologize if you had your hand up before Councillor Mackay. Go ahead now.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn about this too. there are a lot of people out there who are trying to make this an issue of human rights. And I don't really see it as an issue of human rights. We're not taking away somebody's vote here, or we're not taking away somebody's right to drive a car, or somebody's right to go in and out of public places. We're asking people to wear a mask in the sake of safety and in the sake of somebody's health. And you can look back on history and you can find a million things where science said, this is unhealthy. And then they came back and said, well, no, it's healthy. Cigarettes used to be good for you. Then they found out they were bad for you. You can argue every side of this argument for and against. And as far as taking a mask on and off and dirtying your mask, I had a mask on and off. I went into the city on the weekend. I went into Home Depot. Everybody had a mask on at Home Depot. Everybody. It was 100% compliance from what I saw. And I realized that when I'm breathing into my mask, it's going to get damp. So I didn't shove it into my pocket, and I don't throw it on the dash of my car. And I have a couple extra ones that I try to keep dry. And I think that's just education that you have to teach people on how to wear them and how to keep them dry and how to use it. And I heard talk about, you know, this is like compared to the Nuremberg laws, and this is communism and everything else. And I don't think it's communism, and I don't think it's anything but trying to protect people. And I've had more calls and more discussions and more questions on this than anything since I've been in council, even more than the MUC and more than the high-rise apartment buildings are people concerned about this. And the reason why is they're scared and people don't want to get sick. So I also question of whether we should be extending it beyond the civic facility. So I'm probably going to wait and see what other people say. But like I said, we have to look at some of the other things we put on society for the good of society, such as people wearing seatbelts, the right to vote, free speech, not smoking in public places. We just had a big discussion about weed and where people could smoke weed and the benefits and the positives and pluses and minuses of that. So I don't think this is really too much of a stretch to ask people to wear the masks in our facilities, but I'm wondering if we should be, as Ken has said, dipping into the kind of the provincial pool of jurisdiction. Those are my comments.
All right, so this is on the amendment. Anyone else? All right, Councillor Hanson to close.
Mary, you didn't want to comment? I don't mean to put you on the
No, it's
spot.
fine. I feel like I said so much last night.
Okay.
That
That's
my
fine.
position is very well known, and I might add near the on some of the other stuff, but
okay.
I know.
Well, I appreciate everybody in indulging with me as I read through my opening remarks. I believe really strongly in these amendments, especially now that we've been able to get the support of our business owners. This is a temporary bylaw as it stands right now, December 31st. You know, my hope is that by December 31st, we're going to have the ability to have more of a provincial or regional approach to our protocols. Right now, it's kind of been thrown on the municipalities to take the lead, and I'm happy that we are taking a lead on this. But I think by 5 months' time, this has been such a moving target that we may be able to come together in a more thoughtful way and create some regional protocol. You know, like all of you, we've heard from school teachers, parents, seniors, business owners, retailers, mall walkers. Can you please do this so that when we go out, we feel safe? And, you know, I think it is one of the things that we can do. It's temporary, as I said, 5 months, that we can do for the time being as we learn more about this terrible, terrible virus. This terrible, terrible virus that has actually got a hashtag on called long COVID. And long COVID is what we are learning about the long-term effects of COVID. And it's not just in seniors, it's in young people who have got chronic fatigue from it, who have got muscle aches, who cannot do things that they used to do, constantly having headaches. So it's not a case of somebody gets this and everybody gets over it. It is an unknown, unprecedented virus. And I believe this is a small step to help protect our citizens and each other and care for one another under these unprecedented times. This is about compassion. This is about watching out for your neighbor, and, you know, wash your mask. I mean, healthcare workers wear their masks for 8 hours a day. My daughter, who, you know, works at Earl's, she has to wear one all day long. She's fine. It's just fine. Go home and you wash it up like you wash everything else up. And you have a few extras. It's not the end of the world, and it is something that we can all adjust to. So with that, I hope you will support these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm calling for the vote. All those in favor, and I'll read them out. I've got Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Hanson, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Mackay, and Mayor Herron. Opposed, Councillor Hughes. Okay, so next set of amendments, I think, fall back on Councillor Hanson again, because you wanted to talk about the age. You want to do that one now?
I have two specific amendments that I would put forward.
Okay.
But I see Councillor Jolly has her hand up. So
Oh, sorry, Councillor Jolly. I'm reading my email, so go ahead.
Well, depending on the age that you use, I was going to ask if you would consider an age of 9 years old to kind of match the grade 3 that the province has said for, I think it's kids grade 3 and younger. They don't have to wear masks in schools and hallways and things like that. So my question was just whether you would take that as friendly or not.
You know, I would take that as friendly. I had originally gone 6 and under. I think 2 is too little, and it's hard to reason with 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds at times, as we know. But I think in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, I think that is perfectly acceptable, and I think a good idea. And we would still encourage parents to, you know, get their kids in masks as soon as they can, but, you know, it has to be a family choice. And yeah, I would certainly take that as a friendly.
Okay, so let's actually move this motion. So I think it's subsection 4A. So you want to, you move that subsection 4A be amended by changing 2 to 9 years?
I would defer to Councillor Jolly on that. Do you want it to be under the age of 9, or do you want it to say grade 3, or do you want it?
I'd say 9 and younger, under 10.
Under 10.
Under the age of 10 now, is that what we're going with?
Yeah, so it's basically 9 and under. It's at your discretion.
It's tough because grade 3 can be a whole bunch of ages.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to make sure we're getting the right number in there. 9 or 10, girls?
Under the age of 10.
Under the age of 10. So that's what the amendment will read. The amendment will read, this is for alleged that subsection 4A be amended by changing 2 to 10. And then it will, then after that, if it passes, it would read under the age of 10 years. Mr. LaFleur, is that clear?
Yes, Mayor Herron, that's exactly right.
Okay, Councillor Mackay.
I just asked one of the movers, or one of the, for clarity purposes. So what are we, just sorry, I don't have any children that are attending school. What are we basing this on? Because the province currently bases the use of masks for age of 2. It's clear in all of their
The province
material.
just announced this morning that masks will be mandatory in grades 4 through 12.
Okay, so that's something that I didn't have on my table.
Yeah,
That was
it happened while we were in our meeting, probably.
Okay, okay, fair enough. I just wanted clarity because I mean, everything else we've got, it's 2 and under. So
no, it's yes, no, it would. Yeah.
I had my original number was basically school age children, but we hadn't had that guidance yet from the province. And as of today, we actually have an age. So that's why I'm moving that.
All right, I'm going to
tie it to something.
Yeah, it's tied to that announcement today. So I'm going to accept that, Councillor Hanson. I'm going to look at Councillor Hughes because you had talked about the age 12. Now that it's at 10, are you fine? Is that you're not going to make it a further amendment, Councillor Hughes? Okay. All right. So I've accepted that. Real quick, Councillor Hanson, any comments on the age?
No, I think it's self-explanatory. I think families can get on board with that and work with both the municipality as well as school.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Comments? Okay. Call for the vote. All those in favor? That one passes unanimously. Right, Councillor Hanson, you had a second question about where business services requires personal consultation in office or meeting room. The masks may be removed if physical distancing is accomplished. And then you had asked David's opinion on that. So have you got appropriate wording for this?
I do.
Okay.
And it would be moved as section 4 be amended by adding the following as a new subsection for F.1. And it would say providing or receiving a service that requires personal consultation if that activity occurs in a closed office or meeting room and all participants in the personal consultation have at all times maintained physical separation of at least 2 meters from each other. So this goes under exceptions, right? So the intention is that you can take a mask off if you're going in for a meeting as long as you can create a physical distance.
And that wording came from Mr. LaFleur?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
It's a little better than mine.
So I won't ask him if it achieves what you need. So I saw Councillor Jolly's hand and then Councillor Mackay's hand.
So my question is about psychology or counseling services. So we got a lot of emails saying, you know, that is a problem. I know my psychologist's office, I couldn't sit 2 meters away from her. So is the intent that that exemption would be under the medical exemption and not this particular one? Or is this trying to address the psychology emails that we were getting?
From my point of view, it was trying to address those emails. But in a broad sense, really, anytime you go into a place of counseling of any kind, whether, like I said, lawyers or financial advisors, health practitioner. So that is a good question.
And I would just add, I was in my lawyer's office last week and 2 meters was not possible in that. So I was wearing a mask, but.
Yeah, and when I've seen my doctor, I've worn a mask. So, you know, I'm open to an amendment if you have one that can deal with a very specific.
I guess my question would be more to Mr. LaFleur. Would you say that psychologists would have that exemption because there's a medical reason for, like, the building of trust and things like that without the mask is the concern of the psychologist? Would that exemption apply under the kind of bona fide medical exemption?
Through the chair to Councillor Joly, yes, the existing bylaw as it was presented to council today, section 4, subsection 4F, that would cover that any kind of medical practitioner, including, of course, a counselor, a psychologist. The one that has just been introduced by Councillor Hanson is a broader exemption for any kind of, you know, personal service. However, since it's not medical, that does come with the caveat that if you want to take off your mask when you're talking to your lawyer, for example, you'd better keep 2 meters of distance. If not, both of you had better wear the masks.
So this exemption then, Councillor Hanson, is having to do with like lawyers and bankers and that kind of thing rather than medical stuff. Is that, am I understanding that correctly then?
No, I was really hoping that it would cover also medical practitioners and psychologists, and because I still believe it's good practice to either wear a mask or try and be 6 feet apart. So, yeah, I still think that I like what's written here, and I would say that it can be used in all instances. Yeah, so I'm including medical in there.
Okay, I need to jump in here though. We have to be clear though that the medical, and I like the shorthand that Councillor Jolly used. It's very good. It's very descriptive. That's already there under section F. It's already there. So if the intention, Councillor Hanson, was to provide a medical exemption, it's there already. What you've just read in as an additional amendment would apply beyond just medical, right? It would apply if you're talking to your, your advisor at the bank on a loan or something like that, right?
Okay, so we are able to cover both instances with this bylaw.
Yes, you definitely are. And the combined effect of what was there before and what you've just proposed would do that, would cover both.
Okay, then I hope, Councillor Jolly, that satisfies your question, but maybe you want something different.
Yeah, if you could, did we receive this in an email just so I can understand what we're voting on? Because I'm kind of unclear right now.
It was, I was going to jump in. So at 10:10 a.m., Mr. LaFleur took Councillor Hanson's intentions on this and put it into motion. And so that is in bold. So if you look for Mr. LaFleur's email with the subject line, re-amendments to the face coverings. And it reads, move that section 4 be amended by adding the following as a new subsection F, or 4F1, or F1 would read, providing or receiving a service that requires personal consultation if that activity occurs in a closed office or meeting room, and all participants in the personal consultation have at all times maintained physical separation of at least 2 meters from each other. That makes sense to everybody? Oh, and of course, Tamara just put it into our chat so we can read it. Thank you, Tamara. Coming to you next, Councilor McKay, just making sure everybody's good with what the wording is. Councilor McKay.
Thanks. I was just looking at the wording again, and I'm looking at or listening to some of the examples. So, I mean, certainly some of the comments that came to us from the counseling or counselors, I think that'd be covered under medical, but then the circumstances that were identified by Councillor Jolly is to lawyers where you were sitting in a small room, you would have to maybe move to to maintain that actual 2 meters, you would have to actually move into a conference room or something like that. So is that putting an unnecessary burden on people who deal with anything? It could be your insurance agent, could be somebody like that. If you're dealing with somebody face to face, I don't know. Is that just getting too much impingement and people's right to run their own business?
Is that a question for Mr. LaFleur?
Yeah. No, it's it's something to consider for Councillor Hanson. Or
okay, Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
No, I know you might feel like an infringement, but I think it is fair, and I'll just give you the most recent example that I had. I actually went in and bought a car yesterday, and it took forever to do that. But we had our masks on. It was in Edmonton. All of us had our masks on the whole time. And we had to have these one-on-one conversations around, models and financing and all of that. And it worked just fine. So I think if people understand that this is the approach that the city is taking, 2 meters apart or a mask, that is how we operate our businesses while this bylaw is in effect. And it is one of the changes that those that be need to get used to.
Mr. LaFleur, based on that response, good example. Thank you very much, Councillor Hanson. Congratulations on the new car. I'm disappointed he didn't phone me. So in our own organization, employee to employee. So now if you have someone in your office, will you be required to wear a mask? Or if you go down the hall and visit with Mr. Scoble, will you be required to wear a mask?
Yes.
No, remember, we go back to the definition of what is a public place.
Mm-hmm.
myself in my own private office or in Kevin's office with him or him with me, this is not a place where the public is invited to or entitled to be. So we would, we would not necessarily have to wear the mask. But remember that the CMAOH general order for distancing still is in effect. So, we would be expected to maintain. In fact, we do. I can tell you that when Mr. Scoble and I do go back and forth to our offices, we do, if we're not wearing masks, which we often actually are, but if we're not, we do maintain that distancing. But no, we wouldn't have to wear the mask to answer your direct question, because that's not a place where the public is entitled to be. And this bylaw, the whole purpose of it is to say we want this level of behavior to apply to the public, not to people in their private spaces.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the clarification. I would imagine that's instituted across our organization though, once this comes into effect.
Okay. Any more questions on this amendment? And just by the way, council, it's almost 11 or 1:30, 2.5 hours. That went by really fast. Sorry. We'll take a quick break after this amendment. So I can see no more questions. Accepting the motion, Councillor Hanson. Any comments?
I don't think so, Mayor. I think we've covered it all off.
All right.
Yeah, may I just make one clarification on my last answer? And this is actually kind of important for the scope of the bylaw and what it does or doesn't do. People have been talking at various times about the right of businesses to run their businesses their own way. This bylaw would not in any way stop a business from imposing more stringent requirements. So if Mr. Scoble wanted to impose a requirement on all of us who work in offices that even in our own office with the door closed, keep a mask on, he could do that, right? The bylaw wouldn't stop him or any store owner from doing the same. So I just want to point that out. It's a minimum requirement only.
Okay. All right. So no opening comments from Councillor Hanson, but I see Councillor Jolly's hand up.
Yeah, just really quickly. Right now, I mean, I'll listen to everyone, but right now I'm leaning towards voting against this motion. I think it does cause a little bit of confusion in that, by kind of the definitions explained by Mr. LaFleur, if it was a private office, so my lawyer's office or Mr. Scoble's office, this wouldn't apply. So I think this would just cause confusion because I'm not sure what this would apply to, because it seems to refer to those kind of private places within businesses. So right now I'm leaning towards not supporting this particular amendment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments? Councillor Hanson to close.
Thank you. And thank you for that comment, Councillor Jolly. This actually came out as from a conversation I had with the chamber. And they felt that there's a little bit of a gray area in the City of Edmonton bylaw, and just wanted to ensure that there was an expectation of the public coming into these office spaces. What should they do, and are they required to have masks at the front desk as well as when they are meeting with people at a board table or whatever? And it's really meant to be more of a case of clarity. So I wouldn't want it to be more confusing, as you say. That's not my hope. My hope is actually that it provides some clarity. So that's the intention anyway. I'll leave it at that.
Calling for the vote. All those in favor? I've got Councillor Hughes, Councillor Broderick, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Mackay, Jolly. Okay, it's unanimous. All right, and just before we go on the break, Councillor Hanson, I'm going to let you, if you want, Mr. LaFleur's email at 10 a.m. You had actually wanted to make sure that the 8 points that were brought out in the chamber letter were considered under the bylaw, and you were looking for any amendments required. Do you want to read out what he provided in writing so that the public knows that you tried to make those changes and they were unnecessary?
Sure. I have to go back to that.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
But essentially, what we heard is that it's implied within this bylaw. But please do read out.
Yeah. Okay. So for those members of the chamber that might be watching or concerned, so the chamber did submit a list of what they would like to see in this bylaw. So Mr. LaFleur said, I've looked very carefully at all 8 of the bullet points in the chamber's letter dated August 3rd and do not believe any additional bylaw amendments are needed. The definition of public place is, in my opinion, very clear, which is bullet point number 1. The bylaw does not create any offenses for a business that serves a non-compliant customer, which takes care of points 2 and 7. The physical distancing aspect is not addressed at all since it was in a chief medical officer of health order, which is point 3. The exceptions mentioned in point 4 are in the bylaw, and councillors can propose wording amendments if they so desire. Finally, nothing in the bylaw would contradict or thwart what the chamber is requesting or advocating for in bullets 5, 6, and 8. So thank you for listening to them, Councillor Hanson, and thank you, Ms. Wolfbart, for clarity. So why don't we, it's 1:30, why don't we take a 15-minute break, come back at 1:45, and we will carry on with, I think there's a few more amendments forthcoming. Okay? See everyone in a few minutes. All right, it is back. It's 1:45, so we're back. I'm just trying to gather where we are. So we've dealt with all Councillor Hanson's proposed amendments. Is that right, Councillor Hanson? You have nothing else? All right. Councillor Hughes, you sent in some at 10:19, and then you sent some subsequent ones that were dependent on whether Councillor Hanson. So can you just let me know, we'll do one at a time, which ones you intend on bringing forward and which ones you don't?
Yeah. All of them, that should solve the problem, all of them. So the first one, I'm just going to mention them as they come in, as I wrote them to council. So there was 2 emails. Mr. LaFleur sent me another email that gave me the proposed language. I think he sent it to everybody on council as well for the proposed languages in the event that public spaces were to move forward. So I'll do the ones that did not involve that particular addendum, the one that came in first, just so it's in the order that it was received.
Okay, so let me just go. So I'm looking at an email that you sent at 9:01 this morning. Is that it?
Sure. Mr. LaFleur sent it back one at 10:37.
Okay.
And had potential wording. So the A one, the 4A changed to 12. I won't bring that one forward because it's already been, but I will go with number B.
Okay. So why don't you read it?
Yes. So subsection 4C and 4F, he amended by removing the term bona fide.
Okay. Any questions before I accept that amendment? I guess I'll just ask Mr. LaFleur, how does this legally change our bylaw?
So this was a suggestion from one of our local professors. As you know, we have many that live in St. Albert that has a great deal of expertise in human rights. And his suggestion was that if we threw the words bona fide in, you still have all the protections you need, for all these protected grounds, but you're requiring the person to substantiate it, to do more than, and this goes back to a comment I made to Councillor Hughes earlier. You're requiring a little more than just asserting. You're requiring that they show some evidence that really do fall within that category. That's really all it does. It emphasizes that if it did happen to come to court, that the person charged would have to show that they truly are. They can't assert, they have to show some evidence. That's the meaning of the Latin term bona fide. Okay. That's really what it does.
So if somebody was claustrophobic, they would have to have some medical evidence of that.
Correct. It would not be enough to just say, I'm claustrophobic, I go bananas when I put a mask on. You'd have to show that that's a genuine medical condition, and you might need to call some evidence.
Okay. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interesting, when I read the amendment, I thought I'd support it, and I still might. So here's my question to you, Mr. LaFleur. By adding those two, that phrase, bona fide, what's the implications to the enforcement officer? Because the minute you put that in there, is there not some sense on the enforcement officer to say, well, you have to prove your bona fides to me? I recognize that at court it may have to come, but how does that play out on the enforcement end of it?
It's an excellent question. I would defer to,
He turned on his video.
Yeah, Councillor Broadhead, I believe from an enforcement perspective, we're not going to go into that level of detail with the person in public. We're not going to require them to give us a certificate. It'll be more of it'll be a call whether or not the officer believes what the person says, what they assert at the time. And then should they not believe what they say, then the officer may decide to issue a ticket. And then that's when the bona fide documentation would come in place during the prosecution time. So I think what you guys are debating now is whether or not the bona fide aspect of this section, and Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, if that will be a requirement in a prosecution of an offense versus how we actually apply it in principle.
I couldn't have said it better. Excellent.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Any more questions about bona fide? Seeing none, I'll accept your amendment. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the reasons why this was brought forward in such a rushed fashion was because it was to be consistent with what was in the region. And when I look at the Edmonton bylaw and the Calgary bylaw, neither one of those have that provision in there. They say bona fide. So I'm confident that the other two, which are even larger municipalities than we are, we're feeling it was not necessary to put that in there. I feel like it's more restrictive. It's more intimidating to people to suddenly have to come back with that. And so if it's not necessary in Edmonton and it's not necessary in Calgary, I don't think it needs to be necessary here either. We're trying to keep it regional as consistent. And that means that keeping terminology we need to also consistent right across the board. And that's why I put this forward.
Any more comments? You had me at regionally consistent, Councillor Hughes. Anything to close? Call for the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. All right. Okay, the next one is 7B, right?
Yes. That subsection 7B be deleted.
And for clarity, that is reads currently that this is an offense. This is a fine and penalty that upon summary conviction in the discretion of the court, a fine not exceeding 10,000 or a period of imprisonment of not more than 1 year or both.
Yes.
Okay, before I accept that, any questions? Councillor Mackay.
Just a question to Aaron or Mr. Lafleur. Isn't that just keep consistent with our other bylaws?
I'll take the first crack. Yes, we have a clause like that in many other bylaws. It's extremely common in legislation. And all it really does is say that if the officer issuing the ticket decides that, for whatever reason, the circumstances are such that we should let a judge decide the penalty, that's really all it means.
Yeah, so I know I brought it up in other bylaws where either jurisdictions like Edmonton, where I've of course enforced bylaws for a few years, they used to, they would have the first offense followed by maybe a bigger fine for a second or subsequent offense. But St. Albert, looking at our bylaws, we're pretty consistent with usually a fine in the amount of $100, and then the second, and then or the discretion to move up to the 10,000. So I mean, to me, it's just consistency is all I'm seeing.
Councillor Hanson.
So I guess my question is maybe to Aaron. This is really around repeat offenders who maybe want to be vocal, as you said before, about their point on this bylaw. I mean, how often, like, this does not happen very often, right?
Correct, Councillor Hanson. We don't typically apply it in other bylaws that often, once or twice a year in some circumstances though. In this one, I don't know how, the bylaw is not in place yet, so how the community will react, or how certain members of the public will want to stand their ground and welcome a ticket to have their time in court, because that does happen from time to time, is yet to be seen. But it still, I think, will be rare.
But to follow up then, like if I delete 7B, I feel like we're missing part of a bylaw. Like there needs to be $100 fine, but there needs to be some endpoint of some kind of a final. So whether it's second time 200, third time 300, fourth time 5, we need to sort of have a bookend with that $100 fine, or I know it's up to us, but it's a question. Usually bylaws would have some kind of a cap.
It would, if I may, I think everyone would agree that this could be used for a subsequent or a repeat offender, or it could be for an egregious one. Let's say someone comes into a facility well, not wearing a mask and proceeds to deliberately, cough or even spit on other people. I think we would all agree that probably $100 isn't enough for a person like that. So yeah, that's what it's for. It's for what I call the egregious offender or the repeat offender. That's really all it's for, all that's about.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Oh, Councillor Watkins.
This is the maximum applied, right? So there is a range because it's up to a year and $10,000. So a judge can apply a $200 fine, a $300 fine, all the way up to the maximum. You can apply 1 day in jail or one whatever, right? Correct? Okay, thank you.
Correct, and I would also just add the judge could reduce it as well. Could do $50 if the judge so wished.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Seeing none, Councillor Hughes, I accept your amendment.
Thank you. The reason for this is that we were told this is supposed to be to encourage people, to make it somewhat positive and to make it probably a limited amount of challenge for anybody who does have to go through this entire process and be challenged on it. $10,000 or a year in prison is a significant hammer to have over someone, regardless if it's imposed or not. And so a week ago, we were like, this is a bylaw to encourage people. And then I turn around and see that people could be in jail for a year if this were to go sideways for them when they were confronted about it. And when I look at the violation ticket, you can still go into court. Like the section 10B still requires an appearance in court if you have an option without specifying a fine amount. So if it were to have some kind of a negative experience and it was decided that it was going to go to the courts would still have the option to be able to do what they choose to do in that and not be limited. When I looked again in Edmonton and Calgary, neither one of them had this penalty listed in here. They said it could be more. They did not mention jail time, but they did not say up to $10,000. So this does not seem to be consistent with what was stated last week, which was that this was to encourage people to wear it, versus this looks like very threatening and very high penalties for something that at this moment is still legal. And yesterday was still legal to do. And then next day it's a year in jail if something happens with the bylaw officer when they are confronted by this. So as I've said, if we take this out, it would just be consistent with what the other two municipalities, the major ones, are doing, which is not putting jail time in and is not setting an amount of a maximum of $10,000. It does, however, still give the onus for the judge to be able to make his own decision about what they think the sentence should be in the event that it were to go to court. That's it.
If I may, if this is repealed, the judge would not have that. The judge would not have a discretion to go above $100.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Leclerc, it says requiring an appearance in court without specifying a fine amount and without the option of making a voluntary payment.
Yes,
Where are you reading that?
All I'm saying is if that is totally struck out, then there is no such option for the judge. I'm just pointing out that if the concern is the amount, the dollar amount, or the amount of jail time, those can be amended without striking out the entire thing. But again, striking out the entire thing does send a different message, and that may be politically what is the proper thing to do. But I just didn't want people thinking the judge would still have the discretion to impose more than $100 fine. The judge would not have that discretion if that entire section is removed.
Thank you. Okay. So Councillor Hughes, do you have anything else on opening?
I might be bringing forward more amendments if it doesn't pass. That's it. Thank you. That was closing, actually.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah, Councillor Watkins, was that opening or closing, everyone? I think it was opening. Yeah, it was opening. Councillor Watkins, do you want to add?
Yes, I'd like to add. Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this. As Mr. LaFleur said, if we don't have this section in, then a judge can't impose more than $100. And I know that there's people who always like to use hypothetical arguments, so I'll use a hypothetical argument. So say I have my 96-year-old mother, and somebody comes in and doesn't wear a mask and coughs right on her and gives her COVID and she dies. There should be more than $100 fine. So I think that's an egregious example there. Would that not be an egregious example? So I mean, we have to have something in there more than $100. It's standard in all bylaws. And we're not the one who's applying this. It's not like if it goes sideways for 2 minutes and somebody doesn't have a mask on, they're in jail for a year. This is after a court case and after a judge's ruling, the maximum year. So like I said, if somebody come and maybe Jackie's mom came right up and coughed right all over her and gave her COVID and then she passed away as a result of it, I would like a fine more than $100. So I will not be supporting this.
Anyone else have any comments on this amendment? Seeing none, Councillor Hughes to close.
Yeah, if someone were to cough on somebody and give them COVID, we've already seen precedent setting that they would not be regulating the mask bylaw. It'd be relating to, they'd actually be charged with manslaughter or something like that. I mean, that's what's happened in the past. It's not going to be simply just, it would not be considered under a mask bylaw. They would be considered far more egregious than that. So that is not a concern that would come into play because there'd be different laws that would apply to that. That's it.
Call for the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Hughes. All those opposed? Councillor Hanson, Mackay, Broadhead, Watkins, and Heron. Okay. I'm still looking at the 1038 email from Mr. O'Fleur, Councillor Hughes. So this, you want to add in section 4.1? Is that where we're at now? On the harassing of people not wearing masks?
Yes, please.
Okay. So why don't you read that in?
Okay, just give me 1 second here.
Sure.
I've got so many screens going on here at once. Okay. That a new section 4.1 be added as follows. 4.1, no person in any manner shall harass or attempt to intimidate a person who is not guilty of an offense while not wearing a face covering as a result of any provision of section 4.
Okay, and then there's no mention of physical violence. Okay. All right, any questions on this one? Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, I guess to Mr. LaFleur or Grace correct. Is harassment already covered under, I guess, federal legislation? I'm wondering about the need for this in a bylaw.
I haven't had, through the chair to Councillor Joly, this just came up like literally an hour or two before the meeting. I haven't had a chance to look at that question. I approached it this way. I said, what are the things that are clearly outside municipal jurisdiction? And certainly, you know, a penalty for physical violence is, because that's criminal law. The things that are in this amendment, as far as I can tell, a municipality could do. Yeah, we could regulate these things, right? And we could impose a penalty for someone doing, you know, harassment or intimidation. How those would be interpreted by a court, I really can't say. But it does give a bylaw officer an ability to say to someone, you know, you're hassling people who you shouldn't be, and you're going to get a ticket for that.
So if my neighbor was harassing me because my grass is 20 centimeters tall, which is too tall for our bylaws, that's permitted right now?
No, this is specific to the mask, the face covering. So,
yeah, I realize that, but there's no provision in our land use bylaw that says you can't harass people that aren't following that bylaw. So, I mean, do we need to have this in all of our bylaws? Or I was under the impression that harassment was handled by other levels of government.
I think it's going to depend on the level of the circumstances of what we consider harassment and what term we're using, because in extreme cases, the criminal code is available for that. I shouldn't even say extreme cases. There's a lot of provisions within the criminal code that could potentially apply, whether it's mischief or causing a public disturbance or things of that nature that the police would get involved in. I think I suspect what this provision would do in a bylaw and the practical application of that would be a very low level harassment. So, you know, if someone's in a store and, you know, they're constantly bugging them, put on a mask, why don't you have a mask? You know, those kinds of things may not hit the realm of criminal code, but it could hit the threshold of a test for a bylaw provision within here, which in that kind of circumstance could potentially be looked at here. Enforcement would be a challenge. You would have to look at, you know, statements, and you'd have to do an investigation and find out witnesses and what happened, and you'd probably need more than just one person. to saying what occurred. So there's a lengthy investigation process that goes along with it. But I think that's where that would be applied here and where the criminal code would shift.
Okay, and I guess to Councillor Hughes, so your intention with this is just like, hey, people be nice, don't be miserable to non-masked people in stores. Is that kind of the intent of this?
The intent is to be clear that if someone happens to not have a mask, that they should not be bullied or harassed. I mean, like you mentioned how there was a woman whose daughter was special needs, she couldn't wear it, and she had a very unpleasant experience. This is to inform people that that type of behavior is not acceptable either. And so to protect the people who are genuinely cannot wear masks, but yet other people are now going to do community policing and potentially try to cause them. If someone's in your face and attacking you, it's whether it's a criminal offense or not, it's extremely disturbing. And I don't want people who can't wear masks to feel like they have to stay home because they're afraid when they go out. So this is just a statement to make it clear to the public that you have to treat both sides with respect. That's the intention of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? Go ahead, Councilor McKay.
I'm just wondering, so I'm just picking up on what Mr. LaFleur said back to Councillor Hughes. So the penalty would be the same, $100?
I think it's the same across the board. If they continue to be, let's say they were really after people, they could also be summoned to court. It'd be the same for both situations. So whether you're wearing it or you're actually physically or emotionally attacking people for not wearing it, they also have to be treated with respect. Everyone needs to be treated with respect here.
Okay. I just was making sure that the penalty sections were.
It would be the same. That was my understanding from Mr. LaFleur, was it was written to be the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, correct.
Any more questions? Okay, accept the amendment. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
I think actually I already kind of gave my explanation when I talked to Councillor Jolly. This is the intention behind it, is to just, I'm not seeing a lot of protection in other bylaws for people who are afraid to go out because they are afraid of what the community response is going to be if they're not wearing one. And this bylaw, regardless of whether we say it's going for 5 months, it's probably going to go for a lot longer than that. And I do not want people to actually feel they're housebound because they're afraid of it, because there is nothing mentioning their protection for them and the concerns that they are currently experiencing as to why they actually cannot wear masks. So,
all right. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'll call for the vote. I've got in favor, I've got Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly, Watkins, Hughes, Mackay, and opposed. Sorry, Councillor Hanson and Mayor Herron. All right. Next one, I think, Councillor Hughes, you have that section 13 be deleted and replaced with the following.
yes.
Okay.
That section 13 be deleted and replaced with the following. 13A, insofar as addresses face coverings required to be worn in transit property. This property bylaw comes into effect when it is passed. B, insofar as addresses face coverings to be worn in facilities other than transit property. This bylaw comes into effect when the number of active COVID-19 cases in St. Albert, as declared by Alberta Health, reaches the level of 35 cases per 100,000 residents, and ceases to be in effect if and when the active number of COVID-19 cases in St. Albert, as declared by Alberta Health, drops to or below the level of 20 active cases per 100,000 residents and remains at or below that level for at least 14 consecutive days.
Okay. Before we take this one, I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Watkins.
Can somebody just type that in the chat?
I'll do it right now.
Please.
I've got it here.
Question?
Go ahead, Councillor McKay, while I'm doing this.
All right. Not just from a math perspective, we have 3 cases right now. Just can somebody quickly do the math? What would that, how much would we have to get into to trigger this? So that would be what we'd have to have 15 active cases in St. Albert, or would it be 20? I'm trying to just do the math in my head here. I'm looking for number, like what would that be in a number? So we have 3 active cases currently. If we got up to this trigger point.
About 23.
23? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was doing it in my head, and that's never a good thing.
Okay. Is that the only question we have? All right, Councillor Hughes, I accept those amendments. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I realize this is a long shot, but what I look at here is we can say it's a temporary bylaw, but there's no parameters around this for a temporary bylaw. Airdrie had it when they put their bylaw. They have, I think, a minimum of 40, and they are responding to it when it hits a level of concern. We have 3 cases right now, and the province has not mentioned anything to say that we're actually at a level of concern. So the level of watch would be at 50 cases. And so my suggestion is that we don't wait till we hit a level of watch, but if we see that the trend is going to where it could be a level of concern, which is still significantly low, below 50, then it would kick in. But then it would not just kick out when it's at 35. We'd wait to make sure that the trend is staying consistently below what would be a level of concern, which would be at the 20 per 100 residents. And that would just stay that way for 14 consecutive days. So it's not just a small bump up and down, it would be consistent. I realize that this bylaw would also come in theory into stopping on December 31st if it is not continued, but there still needs to be parameters. If you don't like these numbers, you're welcome to change them and bring them forward and ask for that, but there's no parameters around this. And so as I asked Mr. Lafleur, I'm like, when will this end? And his response, when there's a vaccine. That's not temporary. We don't know if or when there'll be a vaccine or when it will even be available to most people. So I understand that there is fear. There has been a pandemic of fear going on. But we also need to let people know that when they behave appropriately and keep their distances, that they will have motivation to do so. Because if you say, we're wearing masks flat out, people are more likely to get closer together so that they hear each other. They have to talk louder, which means they're breathing harder. But on top of this, they also have a false sense of security. So if we give motivation and say, look, if you guys, if the population does not hit a targeted number where we are concerned about the direction it's going, then the current physical distancing measures are currently working. And only when there is a reason behind it where we can show this is the numerical reason, the justification behind it, they're moving forward, then we really are just moving forward indefinitely. But if we can motivate people to say that, because every single health practitioner has said the most important element of handling this is not the masks, it's the physical distancing. So if we say do the masks and they start doing less physical distancing, you're actually going to defeat the objective of what we're trying to do here. But if we said there's only going to be masks when there's a concern, and as long as you maintain the physical distancing, the numbers stay low, we're not going to mandate masks. We now have motivation for people to do the higher level things that are more effective. And we also have justification for when it's starting and when it's ending, and taking the politics out of it, as opposed to just dealing with public pressure and then continuing this because there's no other method of actually coming in or coming out of this bylaw. So that's what I saw was one of the major concerns is the complacency and concerns about people thinking that they're safer than they are because they're wearing a mask. And there's no motivation for people to actually do the physical distancing. This actually gives them the motivation to do so. And then St. Albert's numbers are much more of a concern for people who are trying to make sure that they have that option in front of them. And people who want to wear masks, by all means, still they could wear masks, but it would give us those things. And none of the bylaws have this at this point. They're all very weak on the exit clause. And that's we're at 4.4 and we're saying we're doing this. If we're doing it at 4.4, there's never going to be a number where you're not going to continue this unless we can actually put parameters in place. And we need to have those parameters in place up front if you're going to call it temporary. Otherwise, we're just pretending it's temporary, because what's going to happen December 31st when this council comes forward and says, are we going to continue this or not? We have no numbers and we're doing it at 4.4. So this would actually be a motivator for everybody. And it would respond to the situation when there's a time of concern and not when there is not one. And to reward people for doing what they have done to date, which is keep those numbers down and do the physical distancing that was asked of them. And so that's it.
Councillor Mackay.
As you can probably guess from my comments I made way back when we were talking about adding on all public open spaces, this is one of my concerns right from the beginning in relation to mandatory mask bylaw is what triggers it, and then what triggers us pulling back from having mandatory masks. And it's always been even the latter that's concerned me as most, because I honestly share Councillor Hughes's concerns that we could, other than coming to a vaccine, and we could be having this same discussion next year with when are we going to finally lift our mandatory mask bylaw, or it'll just basically, the fact is it'll just sit on the books and it'll be like Councillor Watkins says, no shorts on Sunday bylaw. So I mean, you know, this has always been one of my concerns when we were talking about this topic, and the province has obviously addressed it because they have identified these target numbers when they pushed out their relaunch strategy. They recognize that potentially there were going to be a uptick in the curve, and how would they respond when it got to a particular level. So they obviously felt that these numbers were significant. Just listening to Airdrie's comments from their councillors, obviously they're in the same situation, being next to Calgary, but Calgary's got a much larger number of active cases. Airdrie has a higher number of active cases. But for me, this actually gives me something that I can say to people to rationalize. We need mandatory masks as an additional measure that's going to protect the public, and this way I can justify it. And otherwise, I can't. I find that at 4.4, we have 3 active cases. We will be. How do we say when we go down to 0 for 6 months or something? I just think that we need to set some goalposts here. We need to just identify when are we going to start and when are we going to end. And it's as simple as that.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate, you know, the intent of bringing this forward. I can't say that I agree with you, because I think the irony is that we don't really know how effective masks are going to be. And we don't really want to increase our cases. We don't want our cases to increase at all. I mean, that could literally be somebody's death, and that is not what we want to test out. So I mean, all you have to do is look at the Good Samaritan in Edmonton, and numbers can change extremely quickly, and you can have an outbreak, and then you're scrambling to get a bylaw in place. The intent of this bylaw is to get people to wear masks and to stop the spread of this disease. You know, it's preventative. To me, I'm not looking for triggers. I'm looking for preventative measures. At least for 5 months, a reevaluation, a chat with government, a regionalization conversation, and a global pulse of what the second wave is doing. So today, I understand that metrics might be important down the line, but for me today, this is all about prevention. And I'm not really stuck on metrics and triggers right now. I just want to see people wearing masks so that people can feel safe in our community. And if you can't wear a mask, you don't have to. You just need a reason. So I'm sorry that I cannot support this.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think we need to search for a reason when we're going to turn this off. I think it'll be important and it'll be evident when we can stop doing this. This is about, as Councillor Hanson said, this is about prevention. I'm sure the people in the state of Victoria and Australia would love to have had a preventative measure. Now they're all in lockdown for the next however many days. What did the Premier there say? Wherever you slept tonight is where you're going to be for the next 6 weeks. Nobody wants to go through that. The other thing is that when you're talking about preventative measures, it's about the application across the majority of society. We don't wait until the 10 houses burn down before we put the fire department in place or put sprinklers in, all those things. What we're doing here is we're saying to our people, we don't want our numbers to go to 23 before we do something about it. We're looking at it right now. We're saying that this is a risk that we're taking as a community that we are not willing to take. We don't want the numbers to go up. And as a result, here is a consequence that our society is going to have to deal with. And so to me, we'll know when it's time to shut it down. Nobody's going to want to wear masks longer than they have to. And this isn't going to be like a bylaw that sits on the books for 20 years and nobody does anything about it. You can bet that the minute this is over with, there'll be 7 people on council raising their hand to bring forward a motion to take off the masks. Guaranteed. So we don't need 23 or 16 or 3 to say now it's time to stop wearing the masks. Time to stop wearing the mask is when there's no risk. That's my thought.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
I just want to echo, I agree with what Wes said.
Okay. I mean, I'll just add that I was actually really hoping for triggers. I think I even put it out on social media, and I've thought long and hard about triggers. I was thinking, of course, number of active cases is the first one that comes to mind, but I don't feel like active cases is actually a true measure of the severity of what's going on in a localized community. I think probably hospitalizations is probably a better indicator. Then I was thinking, if we had neighboring communities that were on a watch, and Edmonton Northeast right now is on a watch. And so you can't really just take a look at what's going on in our own little bubble. People accuse St. Albert of living in a bubble all the time, and we don't live in a bubble. We've got people working in Northeast Edmonton where they have over 50 cases or whatever they have because they're on a watch. So, and then of course you have that delay. If you have a case that's comes into St. Albert, you might not know about that case for 10 days by the time they actually show symptoms and get tested. So you got that issue, and there's a combined effort in this. It's the bylaw with some enforcement, but there's also the education. And I get the fear that people will stop physically distancing, but there still is a motivation to physically distance. There's a standing public health order on that. The CMOH has a health order that you have to stay 2 meters apart. So that still exists. I can't forget that. And so for me, this is about the uptick that we're seeing in Alberta right now, an uptick in the number of cases. And Councillor Broadhead brought it up. If you could see this, the curve in Australia right now, they had a small number of cases in April, then they went down to almost nothing. And now they're out of control in Australia. So this is about prevention. And so I appreciate the seeking of a trigger, and I would have liked to have found one to start and eliminate a bylaw such as this, because I'm not happy that we're doing this, but I can't find one. And so this proposed doesn't work, and I haven't seen anything that does work. So Councillor Hughes, thank you for trying, but I can't support this right now. Anything to close?
Thank you. I just heard 2 minutes ago that it said we don't even know if the masks are effective, and yet we're imposing this. And without masks, we've been able to keep the numbers to 4.4 or less. We haven't had a new case again in a week or two, again, without mandatory masks. And so it's very possible that not masking would be more effective than putting a mask on. If you have a contaminated mask that happens to run through COVID, you're actually going to be breathing it in constantly, as opposed to breathing it in for a few seconds. So I realize the intention is prevention, but the reality is that then this isn't temporary. We should take those words right out of the bylaw right now, because it's not temporary, because there's literally nothing here to show an exit clause. There's nothing. And we're not basing it on science, we're basing it on fear, because there's tons of science that shows this probably won't even work and it could cause more harm than good, but we're ignoring that information. And instead of saying we're going to do this when we actually have a rate of concern, which is well below 50, we're just going to say we're doing this forever. That's the reality. This is the new, is everyone's going to be wearing masks forever until there's a vaccine. Because if we don't have the courage to say there's parameters up front, I really doubt we're going to have courage to say it in 5 months from now. So, and just so we're clear, having people feel safe is not a medical reason. And you could have people feel safe and actually be in more danger. And that's what I just really, really would like to see something where we actually show some kind of indication that it is a temporary measure and we have basis and parameters around it. I heard you, Mayor Herron, say it repeatedly, that that's what you were going to base all of your decisions on. And yet that is not what I'm hearing today. And I think that if you're going to say to the public, you owe it to be consistent. That's it.
Before I call for the vote, I'll say I publicly said I was going to look for triggers. I didn't say I'd base my decision on that. I'll now call for the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Hughes, Councillor Mackay. All those opposed? Councillor Jolly, Watkins, Broadhead, Herron, and Hanson. Okay, I'm trying to follow email chains. Councillor Hughes. I think I'm on the, are we on the ones now that if Councillor Hanson's passed? All right, so of those, which ones are we bringing forward? The first one is the persons engaging in services that require the temporary removal of face coverings.
Yeah, I've somehow managed to lose the email, so please forgive me for a minute.
That's okay.
Once again, I asked that you just type this into the chat because I'm listening to the debate. I'm not reading my emails and looking through all my emails.
We will have to do that because I think these emails came in after the meeting started. I'm not reading my emails after a meeting starts.
Yeah, here. I don't read my
This
emails.
sent you 4. I'm just trying, I think, no, actually it wasn't, you're correct. Mr. LaFleur, is it possible just to resend that email that you sent? Because I'm having a hard time finding.
People aren't reading their emails?
Chat. Type
Put it in the chat.
I'm not reading emails during the meeting. At least I'm not.
I'm kind of reading what I'm saying. And I had it and all of a sudden it's gone. So I'm just trying to find it.
I've copied legislative services if they're listening. So if I could ask either Tamara or Cheryl to type those proposed motions into the chat so that everyone has them. It may take a minute, but.
That's okay.
Is that the one, Sheena? I just sent you one.
Hoping God it is. Tamara just sent me one. I'm not sure about you. It's probably it. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so Tamara has put in the chat. Do you want to read that one out, Councillor Hughes?
That the bylaw be amended as follows, and I'll do each one individually. Do you want me to read everything or read one at a time?
Just read one at a time.
The following words are added to the end of the definition of public place and does not include an indoor space for which access requires an enrollment or membership.
All right. So before I accept that, can I okay, I've got a question from Councillor Jolly. Go ahead.
So just to be clear, you want to exclude places like Costco?
No, that wasn't the intention.
Okay.
Costco requires a membership.
Yeah.
What is your intention? Maybe that will help us, Councillor Hughes.
It's for places that are very small, that have like an actual, I'm trying to think, that you can do a contract tracing on. Like if you're going into a club and they know who's everybody's in there, and if someone were to happen to get it, then you could determine everybody else for the contact tracing. It's not for Costco.
So places that record who comes in and when they leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not what this amendment says.
That's not what this amendment says, yes. Mr. LaFleur, I think probably her intention was not very well articulated, and you attempted to find the wording, so this doesn't work.
Mayor, I'm not sure, but I think this wording might have come out of one of the big city bylaws. Did it not?
You know, I did pull everything out of big city bylaws. So I'm just trying to find it.
Another example of why we should not blindly follow the big city just because they're big. I just point that out.
Okay, look, you know what? Just for clarity, I'll just withdraw this one. I don't want to have a bunch of confusion on this, so I'll just withdraw it. How about that? Okay,
Okay,
because, yeah.
let's go on to B.
Okay, and this is because it's for all public spaces. So this is to be consistent with both Edmonton and Calgary, which is that a new subsection B1 be added to read, which would be an exemption, engaged in services that require temporary removal of their face covering.
Okay, before I accept that, I got a quick question for, do you have an example of a?
Yeah, dentist.
Okay. All right. Mr. O'Fleur, on our current bylaw, would dentists already be exempt?
I believe they would under section, just hang on a second.
That's okay.
Oh, also eyelash putting on, manicures, anything that would have to, if you had to do something on their face, anything on their faces.
Yeah, that's an excellent point that Councillor Hughes has just made. There is already a medical exemption under section 4F. However, if you want to include these other sort of, like, quite frankly, Aaron and I have a personal interest in this. We have a beard. Right now our barbers can't trim our beards, which is why we look so shaggy.
Okay. So, all right, so it sounds like a good amendment. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Hughes, go ahead. I accept your motion.
This was because, just specifically because it went to all public spaces. So I went to look to see what was in the, again, Edmonton or Calgary, which also had these bylaws and had these exemptions. And they specifically had said, you know, if there's this place where you have to uncover your face, it does not violate it. So the beards are certainly one. There'd be other issues that we're not even thinking about that may not be covered underneath it. And it does definitely make clarity so that people are not wondering, are they falling under this? Are they not falling under this? If they have to do it to do the service, it was quite clear. So this is just staying consistent with the other two municipalities that I was referring to that put this exemption in to recognize this would be a possibility of necessity.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing nothing, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? It looks unanimous. All right.
I will remove that one for number 12 is deleted. I'll withdraw that one.
Okay, and then 13 is deleted. You want?
Have the date effective date be changed? Yes.
Okay, you want to read it?
Yes, the section 13 is deleted and replaced with the following. This bylaw comes into effect at 6 a.m. on August 8th, 2020.
All right. Any questions? Or Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Just legislatively, most bylaws come in at midnight.
This was suggested by Ledge.
Mr. LaFleur, don't we take it as a calendar day? So wouldn't it start as 12:01 August 8th if this passed?
Yeah, that could be. Council can set the coming into force anytime they think it makes sense. So if council wanted to, if you wanted to suggest a friendly amendment to come in, to come into force at 12:01 a.m. on that date, that's fine. Nothing.
I'm just trying to remain consistent. Like, why start at 6 in the morning when you can start at the day when the day starts? That's all.
I'm going to take it as friendly, Councillor Mackay, to do 12:01 a.m.
Okay, Councillor Hanson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Hughes, why the date change?
Well, because there aren't any businesses that are necessarily even aware that this is going to be changed over. We have to give time for people to adjust. Not everybody may have a mask. And we need to give them time that if they want to be able to go to a store, they have to get a mask. And we have to give time to give notice to the employers that all their employees have to be wearing masks. It's always happening. And they have to make the other changes they need to accommodate this bylaw. Every other bylaw that I've seen that comes forward does not come forward effective immediately. Edmonton gave notice and Calgary gave even more notice. And yet we've dramatically changed the bylaw. It dramatically increased the level of people of the scope of it. And we have to give people time to actually know about it. Unless they actually are watching this meeting, which I think there's like 50 people, they don't even know this is happening.
I don't want you to think I have any problem with it. I was just trying to ask the question of why.
No,
and I guess to administration then a follow-up. There'll be, I guess, some communication going out within the next couple of days and through the chamber and all of that, I'm assuming that you'll have a plan for that. Maybe Mr. Scoble knows?
Yeah, well, certainly we'll be working through the EOC and communications to get all the relevant social media and traditional media out. So, yeah.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, is the same effect of this is this telling bylaw not to enforce it till after the 8th? That's a question of administration.
Mr. LaFleur, could it come into effect today and then not enforced until the 8th?
And also, and secondly on that, is Aaron had a implementation plan. Was it your plan to start enforcing this today?
Our plan is for enforcement is once the bylaw takes effect. So we're ready to go as whenever that takes effect. Usually in other bylaws, it happens when the mayor signs, but sometimes when a date is needed ahead of time, like potentially this one, then we'll be ready to go whenever council wants this to happen.
But in this council, we could just give you direction to not start enforcing it till the 8th.
That would be well, if a bylaw is in place, then telling enforcement not to enforce something after something's in place is a little bit of a challenge there. So I would say that if council's intention is to have the enforcement mechanism there, then to set the date later on.
Okay. All right, Councillor Mackay.
Sorry to get on this. I agree with Aaron, by the way. It's much easier to, if you have a bylaw, then make it enforceable on the date that it takes in effect. Pardon me. I'm trying to look at our bylaw. There's no requirement on businesses now to actually post signage or anything like that. We didn't put that in anywhere in the bylaw, right? So basically, it's just the fact that once this bylaw comes into effect, then if you're in a public space, you should be wearing a temporary face covering. There's nothing to say that every business has to have a sign, very similar to what the mall had.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Is it necessary?
Are you proposing a further amendment?
No, I was just
Okay.
clear. I'm trying to maybe, well, if I'm just seeking clarity. I mean, if I'm a business person, am I required to actually have something on my entry point to my business that says that you have to be wearing a face covering?
At this point, you do not. Calgary imposed such a requirement with a $200 fine if you didn't put the sign up. Edmonton did not. So we're more aligned with Edmonton right now.
All right, you know what, Madam Mayor, I don't think I'll put forward, I don't want to make this punitive on our businesses. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we've got clarity as well.
Okay. Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just going back to our last week's meeting, the second motion that was passed talks about requiring persons who own or control such places to post signage to inform the public of the mandatory masking requirement. We passed that. So haven't we already got it written that?
What are you reading? Because last week we didn't even contemplate doing this in businesses. So where are you reading that?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm reading the third alternative and I highlighted it. So I guess I thought that was one of the two that we passed, but no, we didn't. You are correct. Apologies.
All right. Any more questions about the date and when this comes into effect? Okay.
Has it been amended? Has it been, Tamara, has it been amended in there to take the friendly to begin on at 0001 on?
Yes, it has.
Thank you.
So there now reads that section 13 is deleted and replaced with the following. This bylaw comes into effect right after midnight on August 8th, 2020. Okay. All right, I'm accepting that. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I made it quite clear. I mean, the businesses and all the other places that were outside of the city property weren't even aware that this was happening. The notice of motion was given by Councillor Hanson like at 9 o'clock this morning. We need to give time for people to become aware and be able to prepare and be able to react. This is only 3 days. This is actually very little time. This is scrambling in some cases for people. And we have 3 cases. We can afford to wait 3 days before it goes into effect to allow people to react accordingly and to prepare. And so that we do not have bylaw chasing people needlessly because they were unaware that there was even a bylaw. This hopefully will hit the Gazette and at least people can become aware of it that way. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of people that don't even know what's going on, and we put something into effect without even letting them know what's happening, or that it was even being discussed. So I think that people, we owe it to respect the public to at least give them 72 hours. That's it.
Anything else? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? That looks unanimous. Okay.
Mayor Herron, I had one more that I emailed to you. I apologize. I was talking to Mr. Lafleur about that subsection 7B, and I emailed it to you, and I think Tamara's going to put it in the chat. If she hasn't, I don't know. Did you do that? No, you did not. If she can put that into the chat, it would be helpful. And then I think I'm out of amendments.
Okay. Can you, Councillor Hughes, following the emails is just read it. Just put it in the chat, one or the other, because it's too hard.
It's hard for me to do that on the iPad and without having it be like a bunch of fingers in your face.
That's okay.
It's moved that 7B, which was the mandatory 10,000 to 1 year in jail, be amended to changing 10,000 to 1,000 and deleting all words that follow the dollar amount.
Okay. Before I accept that, any questions? Let's put that, okay, move that. Okay. Any questions on this, council? Seeing none, I accept your motion, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I'll try to be very brief on this. I look at the 10,000 in the jail time and it just seems so onerous over a mask. And certainly if someone were to do something that was beyond the mask bylaw, which was more egregious, then that would not apply to the mask bylaw. But just about wearing a mask, I think there should be a limit that is not so high as 10,000 and putting somebody in jail for a year. And while we could say it will be rare, I do not want to see somebody in jail for a year over this. This, over something that's preventative, that's not even confident we're going to be proven. I think $1,000 is still a very high deterrent to make somebody think twice about whether or not they want to do it. And it is not so much that they will actually be, this could be a huge financial hit for people. And they may not have a work after if they can't work for a year. I mean, there's so many things involved in all of this. I think that we need to just bring the fine amount to something that will make a statement without actually causing such permanent harm to somebody. That's it.
Any other comments? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Hughes, all those opposed? Councillor Jolly, Watkins, Broadhead, Hanson, and Mackay, and Mayor Herron. Okay. Councillor Hughes said she's done with amendments. Does anyone else have any further amendments? Okay, then I think we're back to Councillor Jolly's second reading as amended. Go ahead, why don't you read it in again?
Okay. So I'm going to bring it up again. That bylaw 32/2020 be read a second time as amended.
All right, I will accept that. Do you have anything to add, Councillor Jolly?
I'll comment on third reading.
Okay, anyone else? All right, call for the vote. That is 6-1 with Councillor Hughes opposed. And go ahead on third reading. Oh no, we need unanimous consent, sorry. I'll look at Councillor Broadhead to do that one.
Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 32/2020, that unanimous consent be given for third reading of bylaw 32/2020.
All right, Councillor Hughes?
Mr. LaFleur, we are far from having a complete bylaw in front of us. These were not minor technical, typo changes. Can we even vote on third reading considering we can't even see what we're voting on?
If councilors feel that there've been too many amendments and they don't know what the bylaw looks like now, we could take a recess, create a version with all the amendments, send it to all of you so that this can proceed. That's a valid point. There, I think just the sheer number of amendments, it could be confusing. So I appreciate that.
So I'm going to look at Council. Oh, Councilor Mackay, go ahead and then I'll ask the question.
Well, just logistically, I mean, we've got one amendment that says that this could take, if we passed it today, would take in effect on Saturday. Our next regular scheduled meeting is August 17th. So logistically, that date that we just is part of one of the amendments is no longer void if we will hold off. So I'm just asking about ramifications if we do hold off.
Well, I was suggesting we hold off just for a few minutes here.
Yeah, just for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's that.
We
I
either have a
apologize.
choice of calling a recess right now and finishing this off today. I call another special meeting before the 8th, or we wait to the 17th. But that wouldn't work. Councillor Broadhead, I saw your hand pop up.
It's a legitimate point. I say, how long do you need, Mr. LaFleur? Take a break and let's see it.
Well, let's see how fast I can work.
Okay.
15 minutes.
Okay, sure. And I'm looking at council. Just give me a thumbs up if you feel that you grasp what third reading looks like. I'm seeing Councillor Hanson, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Mackay's not, and Councillor Hughes, you're not.
I want to see the bylaw. I want to know what I'm actually voting on.
Okay, then we will.
Yeah, I have no problem getting the bylaw in front of us if Mr. LaFleur can do it in a timely way.
Just wait 15 minutes.
I'm actually going to give you till 3:15, Mr. LaFleur. It's about.
My goodness. Okay.
That's a little bit more than 15. And if you need my help, I'll.
Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
I'm just wondering to Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay, is that 13 minutes enough for you to read the bylaw once Mr. LaFleur sends it to us?
I'll do my best.
That's all I have.
Okay, I'll see you guys all back here at 3:15.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council Office. Elena speaking.
Elena West Broadhead here. How are you?
Hi. Good.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's 3:15, so we're back. About 5 minutes ago, Mr. LaFleur sent us the complete bylaw. And I'm seeing from Councillor Mackay and from Cheryl in Ledge that it looks that it is all incorporated in. So has everyone had a chance to review it? Thumbs up. Does everyone need more time? Speak up if you need more time. Okay.
I had a quick question, Mayor Harris.
Okay,
I had a motion that I'm trying to remember what it was. Mr. LaFleur, you suggested that Councillor Hanson could put it into her original motion, and so and then she didn't. So I'm trying to find that just to make sure that I didn't miss one because there was just so many.
What was it regarding, Councillor Hughes?
It was in the first 4. I'm just. Can you just give me 1 minute here, just so that I don't? I don't even know anymore. There's just so many.
Maybe you can tell us what you're looking for. We can.
I can't remember the exact wording. I just remember I put it forward. And he said that it was an option that she could move it forward. So I didn't even look at it again. And then I realized after the fact that Councillor Hanson did not. And it was based on.
I think, Councillor, that was the one that would have excluded requirement of membership, and you elected to withdraw that one.
Thank you. Thank you. I just was trying to keep things straight. And I mean, this has just been so chaotic.
There were a lot of them.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, you're comfortable? Okay. All right. So we're back to we're back to unanimous consent that Councillor Broadhead had read into the record. Does anyone have any questions on unanimous consent? That was a good catch, Councillor Hughes, that we actually have the full bylaw in front of us. So now we do. And we're just going to call for the vote on unanimous consent. Thanks. I see no more hands. So all those in favor? That is unanimous. Councillor Jolly, we can go on to third reading.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing it here that bylaw 32/2020 be read a third time.
And Mr. LaFleur, do we need to read as amended on this one as well?
No, that was picked up on the second reading. We're fine.
Good. Okay. Okay, Councillor Jolly, I accept that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this has been a really challenging few weeks in kind of deciding to bring these bylaws forward. So thank you to administration for doing the research, getting this together too quickly. Thank you to Councillor Hanson and Councillor Hughes for the amendments that are making this a stronger bylaw and more reflective of what is needed in our community. A couple of weeks ago, I wrote that I was worried about the stigmatization of already vulnerable persons as it relates to mandatory masks. So I am pleased that we did acknowledge that it's not okay to harass people who are not wearing masks. You know, it is so important that we kind of as members of the public are kind to those that they see without masks, even when their reasoning for not wearing that mask isn't obvious. It is going to be nerve-wracking for people who can't wear masks to be out in public. And it is so important that we continue to show kindness to everyone when we're, you know, in the grocery store or any indoor place. So thank you to admin. Thanks to everyone who's here on our summer recess. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? Debate it all out. Councillor Hughes?
Thank you to council for the motions that did pass. I really wish there were parameters put in place because this is thing is temporary is not true. It's going to come forward. It's going to continue indefinitely. And I've just finished saying we're going to do it till there's no risk. There will always be a risk of somebody catching something, including COVID. And I heard some really brave doctors who have spoken up and have said the only way out of this pandemic is to rely on facts and not fear. And putting a non-sterile filter in front of one's face where it's the only outlet for them to be able to get oxygen, which is necessary for life, and putting it's basically a medical device on someone, and not giving them the option of how they would like to handle the medical situation. That's unprecedented, is what we've been doing in the governments around Alberta and in Ontario. And we can applaud ourselves all we want and say, look at how cautious we're being. But either we have individual rights or we don't. And it's shocking how quickly people in Canada, on this council and in St. Albert, are willing to give up their own personal freedoms on how they want to handle a medical situation under the statement of prevention. And that to me is quite frightening. We either have freedoms or we don't. And with this bylaw, for the most part, we don't. And this is not temporary because we have no exit clause. And this council chose not to have an exit clause. And when we said it was symbolic, we're prepared to put people in jail for 1 year. So what has been stated and what we've actually implemented are two totally different bylaws. And to me, that is a huge disappointment, regardless of how much you want to pat ourselves in the back this afternoon.
Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this. And like I said, I don't think we're taking away anyone's freedoms. This isn't about free speech or a right to vote or, you know, anything like that. It's about trying to protect society and doing our best effort to protect it. You know, we make people wear seat belts. People don't smoke cigarettes indoors. They don't smoke marijuana indoors. We have restrictions on that. We have restrictions on childcare, or child-proof car seats, all sorts of things. And this is really not much different. And like I said, I went into Edmonton and people were pretty much compliant with it. And as far as putting a dirty mask on your face, I guess that's up to each person. People walk around in dirty clothes. I'm going to wear a clean mask, and I'm going to make sure that the people that I love and I care for have a clean mask and have the right kind of mask. And I think some of the amendments that were proposed make the bylaw a better bylaw. I agree with what has been said previously about we must not judge those people who don't wear a mask, and we must not look down on those people who don't wear a mask. And they may have a reason, and that reason is their reason alone. And we're not to police it ourselves. We're to leave the policing to others. And I don't look at improving this bylaw indefinitely, because I wore the mask at Home Depot yesterday and I hated wearing it. So I'm going to look to get this restriction lifted as soon as possible, because I don't really like wearing them myself. So I don't look at this as an indefinite thing that it's going to go on for years and years and years. I don't really get that. And as far as putting anyone in jail or putting somebody in jail for violating it, that's not going to be anyone on this council or anybody in this municipality. It's going to be a judge in some court at a higher court who's going to put somebody in jail if they decide to do that. And as we heard, that's going to be for some kind of an egregious act and a violation of the bylaw. And it's going to be up to a judge, not up to us. So I want the public to know that we're not advocating putting anybody in jail for a year or finding anybody a huge amount of money. It could maybe a $100 ticket. And I guess those are my comments. And like I said, I do this reluctantly. It's not because of freedom of speech. It's just the science is so mixed on whether it's right or whether it's wrong. And I think I'd rather err on the side of caution and make sure that we don't have a rising number of cases. So that's why I'm supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins, anyone else? Okay, Councillor Henson, then Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for the debate today. It was obviously lots of passion on this difficult subject. I'm comfortable with where we're at right now, and I do look forward to reviewing it as we go and getting updates and paying attention to all that changes regarding COVID-19. You know, yesterday I talked to my 93-year-old mother who lives in her own place, her own apartment in Vancouver. And she just won't go out unless she knows people are wearing masks. She's just too afraid. And she's not an afraid kind of person. She's very spry and she's, doing very well for her age. But there's two things that scare her to death. And one of them is falling, and the other is people not wearing masks. And I know that there's lots of people out there like that who just want to feel another layer of protection against this deadly virus. So I'm very happy with the direction we've gone today. I don't think it's going to be forever. Sure hope not, like Councillor Watkins says. I hope we can repeal it sooner than later, but we've got to get a handle on it. We don't want any more cases in St. Albert if we can avoid it. So once again, thank you to everybody, and big thanks to Mr. LaFleur and administration and Mr. Scoville. I know your staff have been going around the clock with this stuff, and it was all came down on you very quickly. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Thanks. I'll be rather quick, actually. Matter of fact, you probably know what I'm going to say, but I do support masks. I do support mask use. I wish that we could have arrived at some sort of a parameter, but I take Councillor Broadhead's comments very well. I mean, I did smile when he used the analogy of the burning houses, and I agree with that. Sometimes we have to do some pretty aggressive put some pretty aggressive measures in place to prevent some serious things happening. And like I said, I support masks. My worry is, here it comes, unintended consequences. We have so many unintended consequences that we just can't be aware of at this particular time. And I don't think that we're going to see ourselves out of this, but we've handled it very well as a community so far. And I just wish that we could have accomplished this without having to move to this next step. But saying that, I understand it and I support it. And but I will be monitoring it very closely, because I think that if hopefully that we can eliminate the need for us to have this mandatory mask bylaw for any longer than it's necessary. And I know we all agree. I know we all support that. So anyways, thank you again. All the thanks have been given out, but I really want to echo them. Thank you, Mr. LaFleur. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Legislative Services. I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done on this. But anyways, I'll end it on that.
Thank you. Councillor Broadhead, did I see your hand go up? Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I won't restate my position. I think everybody knows it. I just appreciate the council and the debates that we go through on things that are pretty important to our community. And by and large, they're not easy. And there are different opinions to be had. But in the end, there'll be a vote, and then the vote defines how we move forward as a community. So yeah, thanks, council.
Thank you. I'll just add a couple things. This bylaw is a bylaw to temporarily mandate the wearing of face coverings. So in no way is this a permanent move. The bylaw is called temporary. And in the bylaw, there is an exit date, December 31st. And if nothing happens, this bylaw is automatically repealed. So just keep your mouth shut and it goes away. It's untrue to say this is a permanent bylaw. I personally think we should be reviewing it maybe in 60 days, and there's still an opportunity to do that. But for sure on December 31st, if no one brings it forward, then on January 1st, you do not need to wear a mask in St. Albert. So, St. Albert has done a good job, and I've heard that over and over again. Lots of people were staying home at the beginning. They were staying there 6 feet apart. They were wearing masks when non-asked were, but that was when we were in complete shutdown. We've now been slowly reopening up our economy, And now we're slowly seeing an uptick in cases in Alberta. And so to prevent a second shutdown, I think this is a necessary move. So I've said it twice now, mandatory masks are better than mandatory shutdowns. And so the economy needs to stay open, and you can't take the overall caseload over the last 5 to 6 months as an indication. It's because we were shut down for a lot of that. Now we're not. Now we're open, and our neighbor is on a watch. So this is really about, as we've said many times, prevention. So I'm not going to go much further except for a couple of thank yous. Just for anyone who's watching, council's on their summer break. Many people had holidays scheduled, and I appreciate all 7 of us being able to participate in 2 special council meetings. I think we all knew this could happen this summer. So I appreciate your dedication to our community, for your attendance and your thoughts and your amendments and your arguments and your research and your reading of the email. So it's been good to see. And then of course, Mr. Scoble, many of your staff had planned holidays as well over the last couple of weeks, including yourself. So I just want to say that I personally, and I think the rest of council, feels very well supported by you and your team of experts in the EOC and in legal. We couldn't do this without you, so I appreciate all the work that you've done. And and especially you, Mr. LaFleur, we need to do a better job as a council to try to get our amendments in much sooner than we were today. That should be a commitment we would all make. Mondays of a council meeting do not work for Ledge. So I expect my council to be reading their packages as soon as they come in and making their amendments, even if it's a heads up amendment, as far in advance as we possibly can, because this was a struggle for everyone involved. But this was different situations, so let's just leave it at that. I'll let Councillor Jolly close, and appreciate all your work, everyone.
Nothing to close.
All right, call for the vote. That is Councillor Watkins, Mayor Herron, Broadhead, Jolly, Hanson, Mackay in favor. Opposed? Councillor Hughes is opposed. All right, and then, sorry.
Did you want me to read that last one, Mayor Herron?
There's another motion I was just pulling up. Go ahead, yeah.
That administration report back to council not later than the October 5, 2020 council meeting as to...
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense. Sorry, Mr. LaFleur, what you want to come back to council with any recommendations for amendments? What wording works for you?
Sorry, my apologies. I don't see the problem with the wording in the report. The report back to council not later than the October 5th, 2020 council meeting as to experience to date with the bylaw and whether any amendments are at that time.
Okay, so you want to look at what's happened at the bylaw okay, so it's a 60-day review essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so that administration report back to council not later than the October 5, 2020 council meeting as to experience to date with the bylaw and whether any amendments are recommended at that time.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's grammatically correct.
Yeah, just the intonation can be read a couple different ways, but that works for me.
Okay. All right, any questions on this, council? All right, Councillor Jolly, any opening comments?
None, thank you.
I'll just add that I've said repeatedly that this should be reviewed frequently. A lot of decisions are made on point-in-time data that we have right now. And so science is evolving on this virus, and of course caseloads are evolving. So I totally appreciate having a review before October 5th. So thank you for that. Anything to close, Councillor Jolly?
Nothing further.
All right, call for the vote. All right, that's unanimous. And that, I believe, is the end of our meeting.
So I'm wondering if the cases go up, can we blame it on the masks? Because once we have the masks in place, the cases go up.
This is a much more complicated situation than that, Councillor Hughes. All right, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.